All right, under the continued provisions of the state executive order to protect the safety and welfare of the public, Washington County Board of Education meeting today is closed to the public. In order to maintain transparency, the meeting is live streamed and an audio recording will be provided as requested. The live stream link can be found on the website www.wcde.org. Before I call the meeting to order, I'm going to take attendance. Ms. Buchanan.
Here.
Mr. Masters.
Here.
Mr. Fleener.
Here.
Mr. Irvin.
Here.
Ms. Dellinger.
Here.
Mr. Meredith.
Here.
Mr. Hammond.
Here.
Mr. Riddle.
Here.
And myself here. Okay. We'll ask we'll do a moment of silence, and Mr. Riddle's going to lead us in the pledge.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Jackson, you don't also want to recognize Dennis.
Yeah, okay, right now?
Whenever you want to, just don't
Okay.
forget about her.
Okay. We need a motion to consider the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Second. We need a roll call vote.
That's Mr. Meredith. Sorry, I wasn't here.
No,
Aye,
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Masters.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes. All right. And then the approval of minutes.
No.
No?
Meeting agenda?
Oh, you do, okay. So we need consideration, a motion to consider the meeting agenda.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like the meeting agenda and puts textbooks in the new business, please. Textbooks purchased.
Under new business.
Yes, sir.
All right. Do I need a motion for that, or you put it in form of a motion, we need a second?
It's not necessary.
Not necessary, just add it.
Just add it.
All right, we'll add that under new business.
Thank you.
All right. All right. So now we'll move to the director's report.
No, you want to
When
approve.
you get the motion.
Motion, okay, so now we got a motion, we added new business, motion to consider the meeting agenda as amended.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Approve.
All right, roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes. Now then, director's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Today is the 41st day of the 2020-2021 school year, and the last day of the first 9-week grading period. Our school year is, for all practical purposes, 1/4 completed. Board members, I want to welcome student board member Emma Gooch. Emma, you are the first student to visit a school board meeting in 9 months. She's a senior at Daniel Boone. Emma, you have every right here tonight as an elected board member. You can ask questions, make comments, say whatever you'd like, with the exception of voting.
I came from Evans and Evans Real Estate through another broker. And that's about the extent of my knowledge of whether he would consider a counteroffer. I think probably that's what he's looking for, but that's where we are with that.
Mr. Chairman, the motion is in order.
Do we have any motion to move on this contract?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we do not accept his offer.
I'll
Second.
Okay. Motion and a second, any discussion?
I've been concerned because I've looked on their website and they still have, our price at 2 million. And I know sometime along the line, we did at least lower it to 1.8,
Well,
correct?
should we finish,
I'm sorry.
deal with this
Okay,
first, and then we can talk about
All
that?
right, sorry.
Is there any other business or comments about the actual
Price.
price contract offer? All right, can we get a roll call vote, Jennifer?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes is no.
Okay. I was gonna say, wake me up here. Yes.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes. Okay.
Mr. Day, Mr. Chairman, rather, the Brokers Realty and Auction has, and I think we can bring that up, can we not?
Keith?
A proposal for putting that property up for auction for a fee certain, and
Okay.
I believe we can, the board can view it now. Can they see it on their computer, just on the screen?
Right now, just on the screen, but
All
I
right,
can move
it
it.
is on the
Probably
screen.
easier to see through.
And Mr. Wilson, if you'd like to explain your proposal for an auction, now would be the time for that.
Okay, we are proposing that we take property to up the auction in the 1st of November, and that our fee for this would be a flat fee of $12,000. The expenses would be, that you also would incur would be approximately $8,000. That is for the advertising, the survey, the extent of getting it out to the public. If you wanted to do TV, of course, it would be an additional cost. But this would get us in a fashion or aid or Z. If we were to do an absolute auction, the highest bid would be confirmed. We would have 45 days to close the property, and then it would be in another party.
Okay.
Joe, the board would have the final say on what we decide to let it go for, right?
No, absolutely.
Okay, we could go with a absolute auction, which means that the highest best bid the day of the sale would stand, or we could do a subject to confirmation. If we did subject to confirmation, then we would be incurring the actual expenses of the sale. I would not charge any fees for, the actual auction itself, but the expenses that I incur in the advertising survey and the TV, or then we would want that within 30 days from the date of the auction if it's not confirmed.
Well, I just don't want to sell it. It don't bring enough. I mean,
Are we willing to pay
the fees
the
and
fee to
stuff,
find out?
How much were the fees, so?
8,000.
Well, 20,000, isn't it?
If you sell it,
20 if you sell it, 8 if you don't.
well, doesn't matter what.
If it's not confirmed, it would be $8,000. And if you want to do TV advertising, for how much that would cost us, but I could easily say it costs another $2,000.
Yes, sir.
Chad, you're in that business. Is that in line?
It is, I mean, I'm disappointed in what we've got so far, but I don't,
We started promoting the property in February, I believe, We have shown the property numerous times. We've got an asbestos issue. We've got a major roof leak that it needs to be addressed. It's just continuing to deteriorate the building. And the sprinkler system. Those are three major issues there with the building. Easily $500,000 to get the building back. It's got solid bones, but it needs work.
Yes, ma'am.
So will it be sold as a whole, or would it be subdivided into partials or lots?
We would look at doing the minimum of two partial. Hopefully, we could get maybe three at this point. So I was told to move forward.
Okay, he was breaking up. Do you know what he said?
Thank you. Did you-
Two, maybe three.
Two, maybe three, that's what I thought. We could approve the layout, I assume.
Yes, yes. We have interest in the ball field now. We have interest in, is it going to bring $1 million? To be honest, I doubt it. I don't want to get your hopes up to, but I'm just trying to share with you what people from Back Bay will go look at it.
Yes, Mr. Irvin.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to table this and bring Mr. Wilson in. Let him go look at it. Let him decide how many lots that he feels like he would like to be able to put this in. And then come to us in person. I don't like talking over the phone and the computers, whatever. I feel like we need to be, this is an important thing and we need him in person. So if we have another call board meeting or something sometime, we bring him up here and talk to him about it. So I put this in the form of a motion that we table this.
You have to have a second,
Oh.
and it's not discussed.
A more proper motion might be to postpone until the next meeting.
Well, I'd rather have it, I don't really want it in a board meeting like this. I would like to have it in a call meeting when we have our call meeting over the.
You know, I'd be more than happy to do that. Time is of the essence. You know, the sooner that we could do this, if we think we might be moving in that direction, because I would like to have this done before winter gets here. You know, you've got the electricity, but your power bills. If I could be available within the next 10 days.
Well,
You cannot amend the motion to table, you just table. It can't be to let him do this or the other, you just table.
well, if we're not done talking, we gotta entertain his table,
Yes, you do.
vote on it, and then we can talk some more.
You should ask for a second.
Has been second, Chair.
Can we get a second to,
Mary Beth did.
I'll second it.
Mary Beth did, okay.
You gotta vote.
Let's vote, Miss Jennifer.
Mr. Masters?
No.
Mr. Riddle?
No.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dillinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
No.
Mr. Meredith?
No.
Mr. Day?
No.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we go with
You
the
can
second, that he suggested about the, auction. And I think it's worth spending $8,000 just to kind of see where we are. And if it's close to what we want, I think that's the way we ought to go.
All right, we got a motion to do the second option. Do we got a second on that?
Well, clarify that, is that an auction with confirmation?
Yes.
I wanna talk about it after we get a second.
Yeah.
Well, but I mean, what's the motion? I'm like,
Yeah, that's the second one that he came up with,
Okay.
not the absolute that we have to take that day.
okay.
I mean, it would at least be worth, spending the $8,000 just to look at where we are and.
So do we get a second?
Well, Mr. Chairman, I just one question, is that including
looking at putting it in different parcels?
I thought it did, is that not?
Well, that's why we need to
Yeah.
talk about it before we can
Okay.
make a motion,
Well,
Okay.
then
I
I'll second
think.
that motion.
Okay, now, we got a motion second. Discussion.
Can I, go ahead.
Go ahead, Ms. Flynn.
No, I mean, guys, we just got a $300,000 bid or offer on this property. Obviously, time's not, we need to let some time go by because we're not willing to take it. We're not willing to take 400, I guess. I mean, we all think we want more, we need more. We got a lot of more needs for this. Best thing we can do is let the time run and see what happens, and because the auction is not gonna help. I mean, you may get two people bidding against it. I mean, we only got one offer. Let's just be honest with ourselves. It isn't. Now, I would like to ask a question, if you'd allow me, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I mean, we're spending a lot of money every month on this school. There's no reason, I mean, I don't know what our insurance, do we know anything about our insurance?
It's dropped.
Huh?
It's dropped considerably. The new company has dropped it from almost 5,000 a month to about 500 a month.
500,
Yeah,
but it's
it's
still
gone way
costing
down.
us, $5,500 in a month?
Something
On average?
like that, yeah.
What's the minimum? Can we cut the water, electricity off? I mean,
And
what would that do to our insurance?
the old company said if you cut off utilities, they won't insure it. I don't know what the new company says, but we can find out.
Well, I think we need to do that.
and I'm like Chad, I like to cut all utilities off and drain sprinkler lines.
So you wanna wait, just wait a little while? Is that?
I do.
Well, then, I like that idea, I'm willing to remove my.
I mean, it's still under contract with Mr. Wilson. If he gets a
But-
call,
Yeah,
you know, he's still gonna let us know till December.
Well,
And
his contract's up
in December,
in December.
yes, sir.
well, what about on his website of 2 million? Do we wanna lower that? Do we wanna vote to lower?
Well, it's supposed to be lowered.
Well, it's still
Was
2
it
million.
2.8 or 1.8?
Well,
I'm
Mr.
sure it's
Chairman.
lower than the CMLS, yes, Mr.
I'll
Hammond.
withdraw my second.
And
I'll withdraw my second.
Okay. Alright, so we withdraw the second. And the motion was,
let Chad put something in the form of a motion, that might be.
No, I wanna let.
here's
we're
what.
done.
We need to figure out, we need to get our hearts right in what we're gonna do and do something. If it's wait a little while, let them lay it out and decide if we are willing to auction it off.
Was that motion tabled, or, sorry, is
Yeah.
that motion still?
They withdraw, he withdrawed his second,
All right.
she withdrew her. So we're still good for discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion,
Oh, you gonna make
but I didn't
one?
wanna make one the first on.
No.
Okay, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion, we postpone this to our retreat and maybe have Mr. Wilson come to the retreat and explain to us what he could do by parceling out the acreage and giving us some kind of an idea from there.
Okay, got a second?
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second, any more discussion on that?
That's basically what I was wanting to do. I just wanted to.
Well, I just,
vote off
there's no
it.
reason why I said postpone, if we table it, we can't discuss what we wanna do. That's the only reason why I've done
I
it
just
different.
wanted him in person.
Yeah.
That's what I'm
I
wanting.
can't, I mean, he's
I
cutting
can't
out and out, I'm
understand.
having a
Okay.
hard time.
Alright, so roll call vote, Jennifer?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Uh,
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes,
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes,
Mr. Fleener?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes. Alright.
Mr. Wilson, thank you. We'll be in touch about that retreat. It's October the 16th and 17th, and we'll work with your schedule.
Hey, Dr. Flannery, this is Brian Sanders.
Yes, Brian?
Hey, I would take responsibility for on having it lowered on our website. It's not lowered on our website, but it is lowered on some other commercial sites. So we actually have it priced out there, two prices, 1.8 on some commercial sites, and then on our website, and then MLS, it's still at 2. So we will correct that. I will correct that. We have been marketing it basically at both prices, and I can tell you some of those, but either way, I apologize, and we'll get that one taken care of on our website.
Very well. We'll be in touch.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Chairman, for the brokers?
Do we, no, we'll just instruct them at the board meeting, or at the retreat.
We'll
So,
just get with their schedule
Yeah.
and carve out time at the retreat for them.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you
I
all.
didn't catch the date on the retreat.
October 16th and 17th, and we'll get further details to you first thing in the morning.
Okay, thank you all.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Wilson, Mr. Sanders.
Uh,
Moving ahead, Mr. Chairman, we have had some ongoing moisture issues at our newest facility, Boon Creek Elementary School. We have with us this evening multiple representatives from the construction company and elsewhere. We also have with us the board's construction manager, Tommy Burleson. Mr. Burleson, if you would, address the board, and you can either introduce everyone or have them introduce themselves.
Okay. I'm Tommy Burleson, the owner's rep. We've got Dan Jackson with the design team, Bill Prince with Burwell, Carl Cutchow with Dan, designer, and William Burris with Burwell. Okay, to get you up to, I think everybody knows what the issue is. We've got some moisture issues at Boon Creek. They started initially after we opened. We started looking into them, and normally when you've got moisture in the floor and there's no stains or no leaks in the roof, you start looking at it coming from the bottom. It's just, maybe we go about it all wrong, but that's what we did. We did extensive testing. When I say extensive testing, we cored the floor. We did tests on the cores to see what if there's any water coming through them. Actually visually looked to see if any water was coming up through it. We cored the stone and we cored the dirt under it from inside the building. After all that stuff was processed and we washed it, we made the determination that the water was not coming from the bottom up. We're 100% confident that is not the case. Once again, we looked at to see if it was coming in through the roof or somewhere. There's no evidence of any water coming up. We put monitors in the building and started looking at the inside environmental conditions of the building and found the humidity to be extremely high. We did some more tests. There's been a lot of instruments out there, a lot of testing done. And essentially what it amounts to, and I'm going to use the term right now, 97% confidence that it is high humidity in the building. Now, can we fix that? Yes, we can. How do we fix it? What we're going to do initially, starting Friday, is increase the temperature in the building to about 74 degrees to try to heat the building up. When the optimum humidity, it all depends on who you ask, the optimum humidity in the building, some reports say 30 to 50%, others say 40 to 60. We're over 60% humidity throughout the building. And essentially what we go back and check the records, we've never had the humidity under 60%. And it's condensation. You go in on the floors that are there now, and you put your hand early in the morning, they're dry. You take a plastic trash can or something and move it, and there's moisture under it. The dew point, just like dew in your yard, the dew point is the point that's causing condensation. We feel very comfortable that this will do it. Now, how long is this going to take? Hopefully within about 4 or 5 days, 6 days, we should see it. Now, with the monitors we've had out there, since the humidity has started dropping, just over the past couple of days, we had a big rain 3 days ago. The humidity drops, the humidity in the building starts to drop. The humidity in the building is now right at 60%, or
About 40.
about 40. But it was 60 at the first of the week, so it's coming down, okay? Now, how did it get there? Why did it take us this long? We were trying to eliminate, if there was water intruding from the bottom, it was a major problem. And we all were afraid that's what it was. We determined that's not it. If we get humidity set, if we get these controls set, then it's just a matter of balancing the fresh air that comes into the building, the temperature of the building, and the humidity control. So, having said that, all of the tile and stuff that goes back down, the new tile and stuff is in stock, it's there ready to go down. The carpet is ready to go back down when the time is right. If this is successful, and we feel very confident it will be successful, we will continue to drive the building, continue to let this roll, and continue to monitor it, and over Christmas break, we'll put all the floor back in, and it will be fine. It's, y'all, we've taken probably longer, well, some people might think we've taken longer than we should have, but we wanted to make sure that we had the right deal. And we feel very confident that the testing laboratory that's doing the testing for us also shared some data with us on a similar type constructed building in Northeast Tennessee 2 years ago that had the identical same problem. And this fixed it, and they hadn't had any problems since. Okay? So there's where it is. We will keep you posted on where it is, and by your retreat, you will, because next week is when this is all will happen. By your retreat, you will know if this was successful in trying to stuff. I'll be more than happy to answer any questions, or these gentlemen here can add anything, or you can ask them anything like that.
Anybody? Mr. Fleener?
I got a question. I know we had a year warranty, but this problem hadn't been fixed, so it's kind of lingered on.
Correct.
Will our warranty end at Christmas break then, or will this carry over? I'm just concerned, the outside humidity's not gonna come back till June, May. You know, and maybe this will fix it. I hope it does. I hope everybody, I know everybody hopes it does. But what's that mean for our warranty? I mean, as far as that goes.
I will look at it. That's a very legal question.
Okay.
It should be right, and it should be a year after it's right. Okay.
I know everybody wants
There's a whole lot of people and a whole lot of things involved. I mean, part of the things we went down through to get this, to make sure, number one was that the product that was spec'd was at the right stuff, and it was all put down in accordance with manufacturer recommendations, all that kind of stuff. So, okay, the product was is the equipment what it's supposed to be? Yes, the equipment's what it's supposed to be, and it's functioning. There's just some points that were set. The humidity never was reduced in the building now. We're not here to point fingers at anybody, because there's probably a list of 100 we could put on there, including myself. But our deal was to try and find a solution. It's a very valid question. I personally cannot answer that question, but I will get all of us together, and we will come up with that. Something fair and equitable for the school and everybody involved.
Mr. Irvin?
I went out there today, and I walked around that school looking at the walls and the moisture and how it's coming up. This is my opinion. It's wet. If it was, my feelings is, if it was more of a heating problem, trying to get the moisture out of it, why ain't I got wet walls, wet places over on the other side of the building? The most of the wetness is all the way around that inside part, from the cafeteria all the way around behind the
admin area.
Yeah, whatever
Yeah,
that area
okay.
is called. But, I mean, that's,
Yeah.
whatever.
Here.
The thing about it is when I walked out there and I went to the drain that's in the center, there's 2 drains in that center grassy area. I got water running in that drain, not from the top of the ground, but from the bottom in the ground. The grate's dry, but I'm standing there looking down through it and I hear water running in. Now, is it moisture? If that's a drain and that drain's supposed to be sealed up and water running to the pit, how's water getting in there? I'm standing there listening to it drain. So, I mean, I hope you're right. I really do. But I think I ain't gonna say, but we got a problem.
The fact you hear water running through the stormwater system means the stormwater system is working. There's
Yeah.
57 acres of land up there and half of it is above that school, okay? Now, if you also, we're 14, nearly 15 inches of rain over this year.
Yeah.
And ever since we started that project, we've been that way, and it does this year, and you're well aware of that. Okay? So the ground is out there, there's water running into those things, okay? And there's water running into them all the time. But there is no evidence anywhere where we drilled that road. One thing that, there's two different types of air handling systems up there. The ones in the offices are heat pumps. Okay? There's water cooled heat pumps, they're still running off the thing. The makeup air, there's makeup air that comes into that thing, by energy codes, whatnot, you have to have so much makeup air. Makeup air in classrooms and makeup air in the others. In the classroom, because of the number of students in classrooms, there's heaters or preheaters that help take the condition of makeup air that comes in, so when it's dumped into the classroom, the humidity is not what it is outside. Normally, in an office type area, the makeup air units do not have heaters on. It just pulls it right in. That area right there that you're talking about does not have preheaters or conditioners on the makeup air, which is not.
Is that a design?
No, it's not the default. It's pretty much a standard thing. Now, if that continues to be an issue, it's a simple matter of sticking a ducky. Okay, it's a budgetary concern, and as it goes on, but historically, that's not an issue because you've got one or two people in an office as opposed to, 25, 30 kids with a teacher. Okay, so that's why it is. But we feel, and y'all correct me if you want to, we feel that we feel pretty good that this is what it is. We're all very relieved it's not coming up through the bottom. If it's coming up through the bottom, it would be a bad thing.
Well, it's the outside walls. That's where it's wet the most that I see. It's the outside walls. Now, why is these outside? I mean, they some section.
The clinic, actually, the worst part is in the clinic, and the clinic does not have an outside wall.
But the other room that's beside the clinic, I stood right there and watched her dump 2 inches of water out of the dehumidifier, and she said she dumped it at 8 o'clock this morning. So, but I hope everything works out.
What that shows is the humidity's high. You
Yeah,
gotta get
too
humidity
high.
down.
So I think, anybody want to step in, but I think ultimately what we're trying to find out is more what Mr. Fleener said. You're the professionals, you're gonna fix it, you're gonna stand behind it, and you're gonna give us some type of timeline so we just don't wanna feel like we're dragging this thing out for the next 10 years and it's never gonna get fixed. I think that's what the board wants, is some security that you all are gonna take care of it. That's what we need.
It's gonna be taken care of it. If I leave my house, I have to drive by that school.
Yeah.
So I either stay home all the time, or every time I drive by that school, I'm reminded of this.
We know where
We've
you
been
are.
doing this for a long time, and I don't want that to be my,
Yeah, yeah.
that hung on me, and neither do they.
No,
Okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna get fixed, we're gonna get it fixed, okay?
Yeah.
Part of the reason it's taking time, we went to exhaustive stuff to make sure that we were 100% certain it wasn't coming up from underneath.
Yeah,
Because that is normally
an issue.
where you would look.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Masters, you ask a question?
Have we checked for mold, or is there any signs of mold anywhere?
no, they're not, actually, we run tests,
Okay.
and before anything goes back down, we'll run more tests, but there is no mold.
Anybody else? Mitch, Chad, everybody good? We happy?
No, but
We're not happy, but we're gonna be all right for a day or two. Mr. Bennett, you got anything else? You got anything, sir? Good?
We had 2 productive meetings this week by Zoom. They seem to have a good plan in place, and from my perspective, I'm not worried about the warranty issues at this time.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, we're good?
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thanks for coming.
Y'all will have a report by your retreat.
Great.
Thank
Thank you.
y'all.
Thank you
Thanks
all.
for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Flannery.
Mr. Chairman, while we're talking about Boon Creek Elementary School, I have a letter in there from BLS Thompson and Litton.
Okay.
It says, it's written to you by me. Our firm, it says, has applied to become members of the TSBA Business Affiliate Program. And TSBA requires 3 different school boards to fill out a standard recommendation form attesting to our performance and professionalism. They are requesting that the board approve that I sign it and send it back. Also, it says, we would also be honored to submit the Boon Creek Elementary School in School of the Year for Excellence in Architectural Design Competition. And in order to be considered, the nomination must be made by BLS Thompson and Litton on behalf of the Board of Education, but you must approve that before they can do so. So, Mr. Chairman, BLS Thompson and Litton has 2 requests that you allow me to recommend them to become TSBA business affiliates, and that they be allowed to submit Boones Creek Elementary School in the architecture competition. And I'll pause, see what the board's will is.
Do we need a motion to do that, or
Yes, sir.
do we have a motion to,
Are you
So
doing,
moved.
so moved?
are you doing them together?
Both of them.
Yeah. Is that okay, do them both together?
Absolutely.
All right, we got a motion in a second. Is everybody clear on what it is?
Just repeat that one more time.
You care to read it one more time?
Just briefly.
Yes, the BLS Thompson and Litton want 2 things. They would like the board's recommendation to become Tennessee School Board Association business affiliate members. And they would like the board's permission to submit Boones Creek Elementary School in the School of the Year for Excellence in Architectural Design Competition, which is a TSBA competition.
All right. Okay, roll call vote?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dillinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
We'll get the proper paperwork first thing in the morning. I've got letters here to sign right now.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Make us proud.
Speaking, that's a precedent statement. Speaking of proud, the grant application process has not slowed during the pandemic, and if anything, it has accelerated. I will ask Twana McKinney to bring a bunch of good news for the board at this time.
Good evening. Can everyone hear me okay from right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, wonderful. Before I give you the financial presentation, I just wanted to give some very special thanks because this program could never happen unless we had very special grantors offering money and support to school systems like ours. So the following grantors that have supported Washington County Schools is Walmart over at Brownsville Road, P. Moss Foundation, which is a very special artist who is well renowned for her work, White Reinhardt Mini Grant, which is connected to Farm Bureau, CenturyLink, which is Clark M. Williams Foundation, the Action-Based Learning Program, and of course the Dollar General Literacy Foundation. There also were state and federal grantors that supported Washington County Schools, and that includes the Safe Schools Department, Mentors Matters, Civics Initiatives, CARES Act, LEA Reopening Programmatic and Supports, the Nutrition and USDA government departments, the state of EPA departments that works with East Tennessee Clean Fuels and reducing emissions for a healthier Tennessee. And also we had the state that deals with CTE and STEM departments. And lastly, the Tennessee Extended Learning and After School Programs. Tennessee Department has many different divisions that offer their own kind of grant opportunities, and they've been very gracious in supporting our initiatives. Also, I'd like to provide special thanks to individuals that have given me guidance through the first year of this process as a system-wide grant writer, answered lots of questions that I've asked, where I've been sounding boards for many ideas and suggestions, and that includes William Flannery, Ashley Keys, Crystal Fink, Keith Bailey, Curtis Fulbright, Philip Patrick, Caitlin Kite, Kim Head, Heather Riddle, Jared Adams, Kathy Cox, Mindy Myers, Jerry Whitaker, Sabrina St. John, Cindy Hayes, Kelly Wagner, Chris Morlock, Tony Roberts and his crew, Brad Hale, Paul Masters and their team, and finally to all the principals and teachers who responded to my invitational emails to participate in grants. I could not pursue these grants unless people were willing to cooperate and participate in these endeavors. So very special thanks to all of these individuals that helped make this program work for Washington County Schools. And in conclusion, Keith is going to give you show you a presentation. And this is a synopsis. School. I mean, I email you, respond back, and there's so many times I get a little lost in there, and I really appreciate it when it comes to collecting data and doing research, and just, I appreciate it. And also to Kelly Wagner, I don't know how many times I've emailed you, and it's always a rant, like, you want to do this, and so forth, and many times we have bounced back and forth. And of course, Mindy Myers and Sabrina St. John, I just really want to make sure I've got everyone, because everyone is involved in making that happen. And no matter what part or component, it took a group, not just me, but it took everyone to make that happen. So I just want to give them a great thank you. Does anyone have any questions for me or comments that you'd like to share that you saw in the presentation?
Can you just repeat the total?
Yeah, say that out loud.
I don't have it written down. Keith, can you go back to the last slide?
800,229.
I know, I don't have that number, I'm sorry.
Hold on 1 second. Along those lines, Dr. Flannery, I mean, would it be possible just to get a listing of those?
Oh, I have a running spreadsheet that Dr. Flannery has access to, and I'll be more than welcome to print that out for you.
Mr. Flaner?
I'll get it to him and I'll put it tomorrow quickly.
Yes.
We'll do it tomorrow.
Just thank you so much, Tawana. I know when we talked about adding the grant writer in, you know, we said it was budget neutral, but you have definitely flipped that over top, and the staff and everything, unreal. Thank you so much for what you've done. You've helped, everybody has, and I appreciate that.
Thank you. And we have some grants in the wings, just waiting for response. Like Dr. Flannery said, it did not slow down at all. And it was one of those, a lot of phone calls, a lot of back and forth emails. We had, when the pandemic happened, just to give you an idea of how people are just amazing, I still had you're still trying to, you have to spend, and you have to still make the projects get into action when everything's ready. And Kim had, on one of the slides where you saw a lot of the food service and the cafeterias, it was in action. And I had to follow through because I had to do reports for everything that we do. And she just helped, gave me a cell phone. She would come in, do just POs for me. And it was just really helpful because we were all just, in a different situation when it happened. So I'm just really grateful for everyone that helped me to help this project and this program to keep going as well as it has.
We are too, thank you.
Yep, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's over 1% of the entire system's budget.
It's unreal.
I don't think any of us dreamed it would ever be this successful this soon. So Twan, thank you. Mr. Chairman, a bit of news. I won't say it's good news, but it's news. Washington County's 7-day average of new infection of COVID-19 was 23 residents as of yesterday. The 14-day average is actually a little higher at 24.3 new cases per 100,000 Washington County residents. The prior 14-day period averaged 20.5, so we're definitely on the increase locally. The Health Department now reports a cumulative total of 263 Washington County residents between the ages of 5 and 18 that have tested positive. That's 19 new cases just in the last week. So, Mr. Chairman, the board's directive is that Washington County schools return to full enrollment on October the 12th, the day we come back from fall break. I recommend at this time that the board amend that directive to set aside Wednesdays as a full virtual day for all students pre-K through 12. And I'll pause.
Anybody?
I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, sir, Mr. Masters.
As of that date, October 12th, is that right?
Yes.
I'd like to, high school, 100%, Wednesday virtual, K-8s, I'd like to see K-4 100%, 5 days a week, and 5 through 8, same as high school, 100%, Wednesdays off.
Okay. Got a motion, got a second?
Second.
Got a motion and a second, any discussion?
Did you just say K through 4 is what?
100%, 5 days a week.
Mr. Hammond. Mary Beth, I'm sorry. I can't see your hand when
I'm
you use your
sorry.
right hand. So I wasn't ignoring you a while ago, I just couldn't see you. Whitney's kind of
I
way,
don't know
just
what,
saying.
I agree with you, but I'm just wondering what would be the benefit of just not having everybody on virtual on Wednesdays.
Yeah.
To give everybody a chance to get caught up, because they really, the elementary people said they really need that day for a deep cleaning, because most of the cleaning responsibilities are falling on the teachers.
And they can't deep clean with students there.
Right. So,
Who seconded?
Mr. Hammond. No, Keith, Mr. Irvin seconded it. You seconded that motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
She asked a question, because I've had some people contact me recently about the younger grades, keeping them off on Wednesday for the time being, and then the rest.
I'll say something too. Do I get to say something? Let me say something real quick before I forget, because it just come to me. I had some emails about the special ed people wanting them to meet every day as well because of their need to be there.
If their IEP calls for it,
Yeah.
they have to.
So does that covered in his motion?
An IEP trumps anything.
Okay,
everybody
I
else
just want
does.
I just had it come to me. Mr. Meredith.
Question, so on the K through 4, if they're back in the classroom 5 days a week, how many K through 4s, would there be any K through 4 students virtual?
A bunch, yeah.
And how do you plan on handling those? Because I assume they're within multiple teachers.
K4 is gonna have dedicated virtual teachers.
Okay.
They'll have pull-out space. I
Okay.
just told you everything I know. Cindy will have to fill in any gaps there.
Somebody else, wasn't there?
Well,
Mr. Under.
I received a lot of information and a lot of, emails and texts and messages from, a lot of the 5 through 8, teachers who had just found out either yesterday or today that they were going, to have to do both the full open and, the virtual. And, I have, since we've read letters from parents, which they were, I appreciated them, I wanted to read a couple of these real quick. I picked out sections, but I want to let people know what they are going through the day before fall break. And here's one. There's never been a time in my teaching career that I have felt as overworked and undervalued. Classroom teachers have been told since August that we will not be responsible for teaching remote learners once we return to a full open in-person schedule. Fast forward to October, the day before fall break, that I will be responsible for 100% in-person and 100% remote. This is not beneficial to our students, much less sustainable by our teachers. I'm all for students returning at 100%. However, I cannot be the teacher. Sorry, I'm lost. They need and deserve me to be while giving 100% in person and remote. Please help us fix this situation. Another one was remote learning is a totally different way of planning, grading, and teaching. We need to work together and come up with a better plan to serve both in-person and remote learners. It's the fact that they feel like they're going to be sliding one or the other or both. And I have a concern with that, and I don't know if Dr. Flannery has a way to work on that, but that's just something that's just the frustrations they're feeling.
I want to say, first of all, I want to talk about that, but I don't think that has anything to do with this motion.
I know.
I'm
I'm afraid it's gonna get away.
I didn't want to confuse.
I'm sorry.
Well,
I
let's
got you.
vote on the motion and then
I'm
let's
sorry.
discuss the rest of the learning, if that's okay.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
go ahead.
yes, sir.
I'd like to make an amendment to Mr. Masters' motion, that the in-person learners are not, the teachers won't be the same as the ones that are on virtual from K through 8.
Okay. We got an amendment to the motion, we got a second on that.
I need to really understand what you just said. What do you want to do?
Split virtual and the in-person teachers, they won't be the same ones from K through 8.
All right, at a minimum, that'll cost $500,000.
Well, then,
Also, I need somebody, and I'll do it, but I need somebody to show me, and Mr. Bennett, I hope you're listening, I need somebody to show me where in any policy or law, a board can dictate the schedule of an individual teacher. And I say it with all respect, because I will do it if it is legal to do so.
Mr. Chairman, could you repeat that, Dr. Flannery, one more time? I'm sorry.
We will have to add teachers to make that happen, because we just don't have enough. There's other issues involving scheduling special education and RTI. That would be a nightmare. And I want somebody to show me where in the statute that the board can dictate the schedule of an individual teacher.
And you're saying that pertains to this motion?
I believe it does. I believe that that principals set schedules.
okay. Go ahead.
Well, I want to ask this question. Could we, as a board, vote to bring everybody back 100% Monday and Tuesday, off on Wednesday, 100% Thursday and Friday?
That was my recommendation.
So you said
Without any virtual.
And no virtual. No virtual.
What about, we've got about 1,100 kids that are legitimately medically fragile.
Of them 1,100 kids, how many of them is failing? And how many kids, how many people? A bunch?
Yeah, we got some kids that are staying at home, but not doing the opposite.
All right, that's why I'm saying, let's get them back in school.
My question is, we talked about this several times. How come it's all of a sudden, yesterday, we decided we couldn't do it? I'm a little confused about that.
Well, that's a valid question, and it's a question that needs answering. All I can say is we tried every way in the world to make it work and failed. It won't work.
How many instructional coaches we have?
6, and 4 of them will be teaching.
Virtual or?
Virtual, K.
No, that's what I was wondering.
That's why I said, let's,
Hey, guys.
ones that's,
We need to second that amendment.
Before we discuss, yeah.
We're ahead of the game.
well, I understand we need a second, but I can't second it.
We can't discuss it, don't second it.
I'll second it so we can discuss it.
Thank you, okay.
Well, I just feel like we're gonna give them a day off, we're gonna clean the school on Wednesdays. Let's get these kids back to school. I mean, if we've got kids that's not doing their work, I can't help it. If they're not doing their work, if they wanna stay virtual, let them stay virtual, but they're gonna do the work. And I'm hearing that they're not doing their work. So if they're not doing their work, it's our responsibility to get them back in school.
We can't punish the ones that are doing their
Well,
work.
I agree, but I gotta get them all. It's not just one, it's all.
Mary Beth.
I like, Mr. Masters, I really like his motion, but I would like to amend it. Can I do an amendment?
Wait a minute, we got an amendment.
You
I
can
wanted
amend
to
it.
include everybody, but I did like it. I mean, I think.
Okay, what's your amendment?
I wanted to have everyone virtual on Wednesdays, K through 12.
K through 12.
Pre-K through 12. Well, I don't know, they've got a different.
Can we get a second on that amendment?
Second.
Okay.
They all are
Yeah.
except K4.
Yeah.
I know what you're saying. Your amendment is
Yeah.
attached to his.
Well,
amendment.
now everybody.
But I see what, yeah, I see
Yeah,
what you're asking.
uh-huh.
Well, I won't go back while we're discussing. Mitch, don't let me forget you. I can't say, they put me in a bad spot. So, here's my thing. I don't think, and I respect what Dr. Flannery is saying, they tried and it failed, but I don't know if that's good enough, because our teachers can't do it. I mean, we've all heard that, they can't do it.
Can't do both.
So that leaves us with a different choice of, do we go back 100% 4 days a week, period, or not? Or we need them to find a way to teach these kids on virtual.
So you think we should be staggered going back until they come up with another plan?
I'm saying 100% 4 days, off on Wednesdays. Well, we can't ask the teachers to do both, I believe. I think we agree on that. And if they can't fix it, then I think that's your only answer. Is that right? I mean, is that?
That's the way I feel about it. We've gotta get them back.
That may not be the best answer, but.
That's what my question,
Yes.
it addresses Keith's concern about getting these failing kids back in the classroom. So I want to ask you a question, Dr. Flannery. There was a question, how many kids would still be virtual? And you said about 1,100, if I heard you right.
About 16% in average.
Because they've contracted and
They are.
we have a contract with them that they are participating virtually.
That's
So if they're
correct.
failing and we come back full throttle anyway, they're not coming back.
We
Are they?
authorize the principals to bring those students back,
So they keep-
violating their contract.
Okay.
That's for the word, they're violating their contract.
Yes.
If they're violating their contract, they need to be back in
Okay.
school.
Clearly, we have the right of placement, so we can bring them back physically, unless they're medically fragile.
But is the teachers held responsible for those failing virtual kids?
That's, right now, is a hot topic, and will be taken up by the General Assembly.
Because I mean, to me, that shouldn't be their fault that they're being virtual taught and there's not one-on-one. I mean,
And
you
they're not doing their work.
Right, the teacher can't make them do their work if they're at home waiting on the couch trying to do it.
Yes,
You
teachers
know.
all over the state agree with you.
Mr. Riddle.
Yes, sir. So Dr. Flannery, what is the actual plan for these teachers? I mean, what is their day and what will they encompass? What are they teaching in person and virtual? What are they expected to do under the plan to go back?
Okay, the plan as it sits right now, we're bringing them back on the 12, 5 days a week, we're not attending. And they will have no additional students, but we'll have about 16% of their enrollment will be virtual. They'll be on screen with them. Now, what we're obligated to do under the state board rule is provide 35 hours of standards-based instruction per week. That's it. Now, what that looks like is up to the individual teacher at the individual school. Nobody's saying that a teacher has to stand and lecture for 7.5 hours a day. In fact, I would strongly urge against that. But, they may, I was in a first grade classroom the other day, and 7 kids were in the room, 6 kids were on the screen, and they were having school. It was working very well. And the teacher told me that they had found a happy medium and they were making it work. I can also tell you that every school system in our region has that plan, a blended instruction plan. And I was talking to Scott Bennett today, who said that is, I think he used the word de rigueur among his clients. That is how school systems are addressing this. Because even if you put money into more teachers on October the 1st, and staff, I wonder where we hire them. Mindy has 2 openings in special ed right now and no hope of filling.
What are we gonna do if half of the teachers go home because they can't do it?
We will max out class size.
Mr. Riddle.
So, would it be a possibility that you had like a 5th grade teacher for the entire system that was virtual? Like one for each grade level?
Yeah, in fact,
that
that's
just
what
did virtual teaching, and that
that's
would
what we're doing,
alleviate some of the
K4.
duty.
It's,
Could we not do that through the whole?
In the middle grades and on into high school, teachers start specializing, and their certifications become special. Now, a first grade teacher and a 4th grade teacher are interchangeable. A 7th grade teacher and an 8th grade teacher may not, because they have to have special math certification or special science certification. And in high school, forget about it. You can't have an English teacher like Ashley teach chemistry, or a chemistry teacher like me.
Are they not relaxing some of that certification?
You know they are, but again, do I want to have Ashley teach biology?
Yeah,
I think so. That'd be great.
She's
You
qualified.
won't be teaching English? No.
But can David talk? He's been trying. Mary Beth wants to. Go ahead, David.
That's fine. So, on the virtual for those students, if we're back full time, so there's going to be some students, they can be in the classroom virtually
Yes.
during lecture time. So will the teacher still have to do a recorded, would that suffice, or do they still
Have to,
do it?
no, but we encourage it, and just about all the teachers now are recording everything that they put out live so that a student can look at it at 8 o'clock at night should they choose.
No, I'm for that, but they don't have to do another lesson in addition other than
Oh,
Wednesday.
no, every student in biology 1 gets the same lesson.
Okay, and so 5 through 8 is where we're lacking a teacher to teach virtual only per grade.
That's where I'm getting the pushback from a few teachers at 2 schools. Yeah.
And we can't fulfill 5 through 8, 1 teacher per grade.
I think it's-
Subject.
It's a lot more than that.
Well,
How many would it take to?
Like you would have to have,
Science.
you would have to have an English teacher who was certified to teach 6th grade, 7th grade, 8th grade English.
Okay.
You would have to have a teacher who was certified to teach 5, 6, 7, 8. If you put, if you combine a 5th and 6th, you might find somebody that's certified to teach both English for 5th and 6th and 7th and 8th. You might find somebody that's certified. So that, with that being the plan, to me, it seems like we would hold off going back full time until these slots could be taken care of. If not, we're gonna put these teachers in a.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Unless we do away with virtual.
Well, the thing about the teachers being held accountable, can we create a policy within our system that the teachers will not be held accountable for virtual students?
That's state board policy.
Then should we send a resolution to the state of Tennessee before the legislature?
Yes, and we'd be in line with about 100 other school systems.
Because if the State Department is not gonna take it, the
You got
legislature.
any idea where we're at?
General Assembly could in January.
3 minutes.
Absolutely, and I look for them to give some
But I don't
teachers
remember
some relief,
looking at Mary
because they
Beth.
did last spring.
Who's thinking of Mary Beth?
Do we have teachers
Yeah.
that would teach virtual, or do we have, if our numbers are so large, there has to be kids not in the seats in the classroom.
True.
Is there not a large amount somewhere where you could pull?
Dr. Flavor, can I address this?
That's up to the chairman.
Yes, please.
I think maybe these numbers here will help all of us, because we're all have the same goal, to make the best decision for our teachers and our students and families. I first would like to address this decision didn't happen just yesterday or overnight. We have been working on this plan since we knew back when we were going to send everyone back on October 12th. And it became complicated because we were getting mixed numbers every time we asked principals to check with their families who is going to return to school full person on October 12th and who wants to remain virtual. So those numbers kept going up and down, and we made phone calls after phone calls. So with 5A, I'm just talking about 5th to 8th grade, we had a total KA of 696 students going to go full virtual. 56% of those were 5th through 8th grade. And just kind of looking at the average, and I'm thinking, okay, I'm going to go about half. Let's say just half of them shows up, full virtual. How many teachers am I going to need for 5th through 8th grade? For 5th through 8th grade alone, I'm going to need 16 teachers to cover 5th through 8th grade. And that is meeting the requirements, the class size requirements. So even though they're virtual, we still have to follow the mandated class size. And then we still have to make sure they have a certified teacher. A lot of our schools, so looking at that, where can I pull these teachers? When you look at the schools, there were 5 schools that I could not pull a middle school teacher right off the bat. And that's because they just had 1 or 2 teachers in 5th grade, 6th grade, 7th grade, and 8th grade. That would disrupt that entire school schedule and also those middle school teachers. Because the ones left behind teaching the kids coming into the school building might have to teach 2, 3 classes if we could work it out, or move people around to different schools, because we don't have a math teacher in this building, and we need a math teacher in this building and a math teacher virtual. But on the average, each class is only going to have 0, and I hate to say the word only, 0 to 5 remote learners. Now we'll have an outlier, some unusual case, but on the average, when I look at the enrollment and the number of classes in 5th through 8th grade, each class will have anywhere from 0 to 5 remote learners. And I do believe that those will return. I believe a high percentage of them will return, because when they tune in and watch that class, they're going to see all their classmates and realize, hey, it's just 1 or 2 of us not in there with our classmates. But starting off, we made this decision based on this would cause the least amount of disruption across the district. Because if we hired 16 teachers, I think I was figuring out out of 39 middle school teachers, that's a lot of teachers, and the only way to meet the requirements, we would have move-in teachers that are staying in the school building to different schools. We looked at every scenario.
Cindy?
Yes, sir.
Of that 600 and some kids that's virtual, how many's failing? What percent? Do you have any?
I don't have exact numbers, to be honest, but in every, there is a lot. And, this first 9 weeks though, it's hard to judge, because this is a beginning period for all of us. We've been through a lot of transitions through the first 9 weeks. We started out full virtual, we went to staggered. That takes everybody, parents, students, and teachers used to getting used to this change and this new way of learning. And once they were in that staggered schedule, the teachers were getting a handle on it. And that, and they were doing good. If you'd walk into a classroom like Dr. Flannery said and watch what's going on, it's amazing how far they've come.
Mr. Hammond has a question.
Okay, I got kind of a twofold. First off, the 5th through 8th graders that are not coming, can they not be virtual in the classroom like if they're gonna be assigned to Boon Creek School and they're gonna be in a 6th grade class assigned to a homeroom, can they not be virtual in each of those classes they have for the day as they are now?
I understand your question, yes.
Okay, because it's just like having a student there, like we're doing with the meeting, we have to ask Scott Van a question, we ask Scott a question. If Philip Patrick has, we have a question for him, we do that. So could we do that, number one? And number two, what guidelines are we setting for the students at home with the parents, besides, with the contract? What is being fulfilled, what is being looked at? And number three, this is way out there, but in 2010, I know serious discussion started with virtual classrooms. And the intent was, let's say that there's not enough students in Washington County for a German class in high school. We connect with another school system. Have the superintendents of Upper East Tennessee, or has that been discussed?
It has, and what we've done is falling back on Niswanger courses. Niswanger filled that gap for us.
Okay.
Those classes are, how much are they actually? They're pretty expensive, $150 each.
They are expensive. I know that Niswanger through the CARES grant is offering scholarships to students who
Okay.
cannot afford it.
At one time, we were burning through about $50,000 a year offsetting the cost of Niswanger classes, and we ran out of money.
So
But that's an option.
It's an option, but
If
where is the expense coming from?
Well, if we did it, let's say a parent would want Latin 1 and 2 that we don't offer, we would honor the credit and they would take the class through Niswanger online, but they'd have to foot the bill. Apparently. We don't have money.
But it is possible 5 through 8, just like you've got, and I don't want to put any more on the teachers, but let's say you've got 18 students in there, bodies in the classroom, and you can have 3 students, 2 or 3 students meeting virtual. And they're under the same accountability as in-person students.
Yes.
And meet the same guidelines. And to me, it falls on the parents, pure and simple, because the teachers have bared enough responsibility. But what we need to do is make sure we have firm guidelines that the student follows, the parents follow, because we've already got guidelines for the teachers, and they've already taken on extra work. I think we all agree to that, every parent agrees to that. But if we don't have strict guidelines for the students, they're gonna come on virtually as they feel like it, especially if mom and dad are both at work. So there's gotta be strict guidelines, there's gotta be accountability to that, just as if they were in that classroom. So my thing is, if they can be in person in a classroom all day at school, they can be sitting at their computer during the times required at home if they can't make it to school in person because of health reasons or whatever. And if it's an internet issue, there are companies out there right now offering internet free to students at least through the end of this year. And hopefully, I know our guidance counselors are overwhelmed, but they could maybe help them or guide them if it's a family that's can't communicate well, or get them guided and going in that same direction. But I just think that there's got to be some firm guidelines for the students, and it's on them to be accountable, especially on the high school level. So, but just food for thought.
Dr. Flynn, may I say something?
It's up to the chairman.
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead.
Just so you know that one of our grants is going to be providing Khajiit devices for our high school students for Crockett and Boone. So those that don't have internet connectivity, they will be receiving a Khajiit device, which is going to mimic our way how we do internet in the schools, but it'll be protected the same way in their house. And so they already have Chromebooks, so we'll have the connectivity for the high school students.
That'd be great. Mr. Irvin.
Ashley.
You want to speak, Ashley?
I just wanted to say one thing. My high school teachers, they kind of feel left out of this discussion. They will have to teach virtually. There's absolutely no way to get virtual teachers for them. I had Crystal pull the numbers today. At Daniel Boone, we offer 269 different classes. At Crockett, we offer 256 different classes every day to students. A lot of my high school teachers have 4 preps a day, which means that they're teaching 4 different classes. Just want to throw that out there.
they're.
Thank you, Ashley. I didn't get any calls from high school teachers, just to be honest, but I got probably 50 from K through 8, so I just want to say that. Go ahead.
I just want to speak for students with disabilities real quickly.
Yes, please.
For students with disabilities, our plan, our reopening plan was this. It's because we knew we'd kind of be back and forth, back and forth. So teachers have been doing their intervention, live streaming, recording. That will stay the same. And, you know, they were kind of prepared for that, but it's different because it's smaller numbers and less time, so I completely understand that. But we have several kids who are on remote, and that's probably not the best option, and they're already behind. So if you're an older kid and you're already behind and learning is hard, you're not gonna be that motivated if you think you can sit at home. So just so y'all know, that when we have kids who aren't making progress, who aren't logging in, students with disabilities, it's gonna have to come back to the IEP team, and we're gonna have to say, hey, this is not working, let's figure out what is. Now, if we have a note from the doctor that says, hey, it's dangerous, no way, there's not much we can do about that. But if it's a kid who has a learning disability in reading, healthy, and just not doing anything because they can't, that's gonna have to be a team decision. And it's just been hard to have those discussions with everything kind of up and down, but I think now that we're getting more consistent and more clarity and more direction, those discussions will start being had and those decisions will be made through the IEP team.
Oh, the 1,100, you said that's virtual, is that medical reason, or is that just?
I really don't know, because we have said that any family that wants to remain virtual can do so. So we're not requiring medical. I'm wondering, Mr. Chairman, if we can hear from Emma, if you'd like to weigh in.
Please, Emma.
I can't really speak much for the middle school, but I will say with the high school, there are exceptions with the medical problems, but a lot of the appeal of being just virtual is being able to do it whenever you want to do it and not having to be logged on to every class every time. So I think with what he was saying, if you cannot physically be in school and you're signed up for the virtual, I think if I was signed up for virtual, I would not be very happy about this, but if you can physically, like medically be in school, there's no reason why you cannot sign in and log into every class in high school, because like she said, there's teachers who are teaching 4 different classes a day and they can't go back and like reteach those 4 classes 3 and 4 different times a day. So I think a lot of the students who are just virtual in high school would rather be in school 7 hours and do their work versus being at home 7 hours just on a computer.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
It
Like
does.
if that were made like the requirement, then I think you would see a lot of kids back in school, just because the majority of the high schoolers go do whatever they want throughout the day and then catch up on their work later in the evening.
Emma, they can hear you.
I'm sorry, I'm just telling you.
So if I'm hearing what you're saying, if these kids are virtual, they do not have to be in front of that computer during class time.
No,
They can go fishing.
all they have to do is turn in the equivalent of 35 hours a week of productive.
Is there any way
And I
we
think
can?
that's where the problem is.
That's where the problem is. I thought, of course, this is my second meeting back, or since, I was under the impression if you're virtual, your class starts at 7:45 at Boone and then ends at 2:45.
Never has.
That's, to me, that's where our problem's at.
The problem with that is you have parents of these younger students who can't be there to help them. So that was what we were running into. And so we were allowing them to do it at, 5 in the afternoon. If they had a doctor's appointment, they could
I can
review that.
understand K-8, but high school wise, they should be there.
Well, still, they could ask questions if they're virtual, I would think, to their teacher.
But see,
And
nothing has,
homework would be like regular school.
every day hasn't been live. We didn't require the teacher to teach live during that session. They got to record and let them watch it because, high school has 120 students.
And I'm still for recording the lesson, but, because they can go back, the parent
Right.
can that evening. But I'm saying this, they could at least still
Do like
be
Mary Beth and just
sitting
start
from
talking.
that computer.
And I agree, mine do that. But, high school wise, they can be in front of that unless they have a medical reason, sick or whatever.
Mr. Riddle.
So when they're doing virtual, can they not set it up to where they are actually recording them while they're giving the lesson, and they watch the lesson with the people that are in person?
Absolutely.
And that's their lesson, so the teachers don't have to do a second or another recorded lesson or pick something up out of the internet for them to do. Let that be their job to teach that class, whether you're in person or virtual. You see a recording of it, and everybody sees the same thing, and that doesn't bring extra work to the teacher. I'm sure they have extra grading. You have to. I mean, it's just the way it is. But they don't have to do above and beyond what they're already doing in the classroom as far as coming up with different lessons and things.
Many are following that protocol.
And it is an added responsibility just with the technology alone, because you have glitches, but.
Will our system carry it?
Yeah,
trying, Emma.
I didn't think it would, but it is. And,
Even
She'll-
if
she'll
we
like
went
these guys can attest,
live,
the tech guys can attest to that.
that's what I'm asking, if we go live, if that teacher's sitting there in her room, she's got 15 kids in there and 4 of them's virtual, and them 4 is watching that teacher on that screen,
Same as the
will our
in-class.
system carry and be able to do that?
Ours will, theirs might not. We still have about 5% of our families don't have internet access.
All right, that's another issue.
Emma will
Yeah, I
say
wanna
something
hear-
else.
Like I said, I can only speak for the hospitals, but like, a lot of it, if you're, like, okay, for example, my calculus class, if I don't get up at 7:45 and get on to the Google meeting that my teacher has, I don't get the option to like, I mean, I can email him, but like, I'll learn it a lot better if I'm up doing it from the meeting rather than watching them
Asking
recording.
questions.
Asking questions, because it's almost like you're exactly in class. There's nothing that's making you in that particular class. Like, we don't take roll, well, I mean, I think they do, but like, you don't get emails about why were you not in the class or whatever. It's up to you to do it, but that's not the same case for every high school class, because there's some classes where the curriculum and what you're learning is not as intense as what it would be in calculus class. Does that make sense? Like in high school, there's all these, what are they called?
Elective.
Elective, thank you. Elective classes where it may not be necessary for you to be on the meet because there may not be a lecture that day. You may just be working on something or having a project. But for high schoolers, the being on the meet when it's class time, that's more of your self-accountability, depending on the difficulty of your class and what you need.
That's where our problem is because we don't have, the kids are not getting up and doing what she just said. They're
Exactly.
laying in the bed till 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock, and then
We're not making them.
No,
We're
sounds
not
like we're
making-
catering to the kids,
Mr.
not the
Flinger.
teachers.
I just want to say, I mean, we've got some very passionate teachers, and I'm glad of that. And the thing is some of them are telling that they can't do both. They just cannot, because the virtual learners, it never ends. 10 o'clock at night, you're getting emails from their parents and from their, from the kids, and these teachers want to do the right thing. So they're up all night, answering emails, and the next morning getting up early and trying to do all, but it's because it's like 2 separate classes. You're giving them 2 classrooms and 1 person, and you're telling them to go back and forth. They just cannot physically do it. So the way that we've done on virtual, can't be the way if we're going to go back in person and still try to have both, because it's not going to work. We're overworking, just like Mary Beth said on that one email, which I read that. I mean, they cannot, and you say, well, just make it work. I mean, these people are passionate about giving 100% to our kids. Yes, and we're telling them, hey, 50's the best you can do, well, we're tickled to death with 50. No, they're not, they don't want that. I mean, that's.
well, Jason, I
Yes,
got
sir.
one more issue.
Yes, sir.
What about CTE? We got ag, we got shop, we got
Are
auto
they
body.
virtual?
Huh?
Everybody,
Is
yeah.
any of them virtual?
Yeah. So how you gonna teach a shop class?
Now, we did allow them to go
Here,
back.
Chris.
We allowed
Do we
some of them
not?
to go back for certification.
Jason,
Yes.
I visited both high schools this week, and all of my teachers in CTE are really struggling with virtual. We can teach virtual, like machine shop, but there's no way that those students are going to fully understand the concept unless they're in there touching it and pulling the levers and.
they're not gonna show up.
No, so we're really struggling in CTE, and a lot of our teachers have really, these last 2 weeks, we've been back in staggered, have just really reviewed. It's been a lot of review because the kids have not grasped the basic concepts that we need to continue. So CTE is a big struggle.
Yes, ma'am, Mary Beth.
I thought that when they signed up to do virtual, it was based on 9 weeks. Is that right? So that would eliminate.
We've
No?
given the principals the authority to let students matriculate between the two, now not every two.
Oh, I didn't know that.
But we
So-
serve, and my message was we're gonna serve students, not spreadsheets.
Okay.
If they can demonstrate a need that they need to be back in the building for whatever reason, we'll let them back, but it won't be a revolving door.
So it's like Ms. Hayes said, if they do see, go online and look, or go on and look and see, well, I wish I was back, they do have that option, okay?
Is there any way we can in better lack of words, redo the virtual contracts with the students?
Be tough since parents already signed it.
I mean,
It's kind of a
that's-
binding thing.
How long's it for?
Some of them's failing anyway, right, Bill?
If
Mr.
they're
Flannery?
failing, the principals have the authority to bring them back in.
We
whether they
already-
want to or not,
that happened.
Unless they're sick.
Yeah, if it's a medical something,
Nothing we can do
or,
if we want.
okay, but if they're just not showing up, not fulfilling their contract, then we revoke the contract,
Yeah, so
right?
if Emma's fully virtual and she's just laying at home all day watching Ellen or whatever, then Peggy Wright can say, you're done at home, you're gonna show up here in the morning and you're stay here every day.
All right,
She has that authority, and that's legal because we have the right of placement.
okay.
Mr. Hammond.
One thing that, if you have the students come back and you still have the virtual, and this was a teacher concern I received, a text or email on, shouldn't the virtual students have to turn in the assignments at the
Yes.
same time that the in-person students should be? Because a lot of it is done on the,
In a perfect world, yes, but that's not how it is. The teachers will look at the sum total, and this may be different in calculus. The teachers have been urged to look at the sum total of the amount of work done in a week's time and then judge attendance along those lines. And I know at Crockett, some teachers have said, all right, I'm gonna let you turn it in late, and they'll go back 2 weeks and count a student present that they had formerly counted absent because they turned in work at some point. I don't know if I made good sense there.
that does make sense, but it goes back to the point, there's accountability lacking. That student should be, in my opinion, at that Chromebook. If class starts at 9 AM, they should be there, because if they're gonna be in person, they're gonna have to be there.
Well, does that,
They just have to walk to the table or walk to the living room to do it.
let me kind of just throw one more thing real quick. So does that help, what y'all are saying, if the kids have to be present during the time of class, does that help take care of the teacher's virtual issue we're dealing with here?
I would think so.
Except for the ones that don't have to come because of medical reasons. Well, I mean, it's really their responsibility to be on here. It ain't our responsibility to give it a 24-hour day shift, is it?
Well, there's no rule says we have to, but we do.
Well, I don't think we should. Maybe that's,
That's
maybe.
just the teachers though, I mean,
But I mean.
they don't want to see nobody fail.
Yeah, Mary Beth,
This is something that I've gotten from a high school teacher. He asked, is Dr. Flannery suggesting that high school teachers Google Meet with virtual students while we are in the classroom with in-school students? And please remind the board that many of us high school teachers have about 120 kids per day.
Yeah. But they don't have more than 35 in a class, and most classes are down around 21 to 23.
Okay.
But no, I'm not suggesting they have to. It just seems like if I had 20 kids in class and 4 were virtual, it would be handy to have those 4 on the screen so I'm doing everything at the same time. That's ideal, but it's not how it always happens.
Right.
But that would work in the shop.
are we miles away from our motion and?
I think
We might need to reel that back in a minute. Yes, Brad?
I was just, Mayor, spoke up when I hear about hiring staff, so
Yeah.
Cindy was saying potentially hiring 16 teachers.
Yeah.
Cost-wise, you're about $1 million to 1.1 million, even if you hire interim teachers approximately, if you
Yeah.
hire 16.
Cindy, when did we decide that we needed 16? I'm still a little confused about such a late notice on where this come from.
And I understand that, because it's been a hard planning process. for
Yeah,
us
I'm
too.
sure.
And at the beginning of the school year,
like we thought we were gonna all come in, you know, that was the dream. Everybody showed up to school, and then, you know, what, a week or 2 weeks before school started, we had to change that plan. Faculty, principals, and faculty, you know, we're told that when all students return to school, we will offer a remote learning pathway for those that just cannot come. And we did, and said plans are. Now, we never said, I promise you, but we said plans are to dedicate certain teachers to be virtual learners. And like I mentioned earlier, with the board meetings, when we decided to come staggered, that was our window. Now, we had a plan, but that was a window. All right, let's dig into the numbers now. Let's see if we can get some concrete numbers. And then realize that some of the parents were going to change their mind afterwards. So for about 2 weeks, this team and I have been going back and forth trying to find the best plan scenario possible. It was pretty easy for K4, just because of how many teachers we have, certification and numbers, and being able to pull teachers from schools. It got complicated. And as the days continued, even in this last week, numbers increased for remote learning for middle school. That shocked us. I thought the curve would then start high in the lower grades. I really did. Because I thought middle schoolers will want to be in school with their classmates. Because that's a real peer time for them, a social time for them. So it was a shock. We did not think it was going to be that many. And yes, I reached out with a survey and asked teachers, anybody interested in volunteering to be a virtual instructor, if we were able to pull them from the school. And I had maybe about 8. And half of those were related arts teachers. And then some were middle school.
Yeah.
So it took a while, and a lot of it was because our numbers changed. And then, once we figured the numbers back this past Monday, then we looked at it again, and then we had, we go to the next level, and I present the findings with this team to another team. So it wasn't overnight. And the timing is really nobody's fault because it's fall break. It just happened to be that we were going to have a board meeting tonight, and our goal was to have some decisions and things that we could share here at the board meeting too. It just happened to be that fall break was going to be the next week.
So do you think, you don't have to answer this if you don't want to, do you think that we should, that if teachers are teaching online, virtual, during the day, that if the kids are going to sign up for virtual, that they ought to be sitting in front of that computer doing virtual? Or do you think they ought to be given the option? Because I think that's the disconnect here is, I mean, honestly, I love it because I can go pick my little boy up and he can ride around with me all day long when he ain't, when he's done with his work. But, do the high school kids or whatever, I mean, I know what they're doing. I got one of those too. So do they need to be in front of the computer doing the work, you think? Any grade, I mean.
Well, I'm going to focus more with 5 through 8.
Sure. Ashley's ready to chime in back there.
Every situation is completely different, and that's what's made every decision hard, from whether to open, stagger, whatever. Family situation is different. And it's the same with remote learners. The reason they're choosing remote learning is different. Some of it is because they're scared to come back in, but because a family is scared to send their kids in, they still work during the day. So they might provide babysitters or somebody, and they want to be with their younger child and help them.
Yeah.
So that's why we have teachers just to push that record button. That's all they have to do is push the record button, and it records the lesson. So it's different. Should they be in front? It would be the best, like this young lady right here said. You can't trump that. That's the best education the child's going to get. But also, we have understand, I think this is an issue that you've been talking about. Principals were informed. The 9-week grace period is over. We're starting our second 9 weeks. Those kids that are at risk, that haven't been participating, or you feel like are really laggy in their performance. Go ahead and talk to them.
Right.
Say, now we're starting a new 9 weeks. We've had a grace period for 9 weeks. This contract says that you must complete your work. And I'm going to check back with you, and this is what I share with principals. We're going to check back with you in midterm in 4 weeks, 4.5 weeks. And if you're not following this contract, we're going to have to find some other means trying to get you back into school. We can't force them, but we can really stick down to those
conversations, and we can start counting them absent, doing the truancy pathway, and making them more accountable for their attendance and learning. So that is going to be part of the big conversation beginning this next 9 weeks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I certainly think that the board and the administration wants it to have a high level of integrity in terms of honoring what they've said to these kids about a virtual attendance contract. But there's also a high level of integrity related to the instruction piece. And I think if the administration or the board decide that that you need to change your mode of instruction and you need to scale back virtual school, you certainly can do that. In other words, you use the word contract, but it wouldn't be as enforceable as a building contract or a purchase contract. It's really more of an understanding. And sometimes understandings change based on the needs of the system. And the need of the system is you've got to instruct your kids and you've got to take care of your teachers. So I want everybody to understand, while it's certainly appropriate to honor what you said, if the circumstances change and operationally you need to go in a different direction, you should feel free to do that. That's the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is the conversations y'all are having, it's stuff that every system has dealt with, and there are only 2 or 3 ways that you can come up with a fix. You can either try to reduce the teacher's workload, which would include, as some of y'all have suggested, they don't record extra lessons. So they instruct their class, and either, as some of y'all have said, the virtual learners sign in to that class, and their teacher takes attendance, and either they're there or they're not. Or you hit record, and the kids go and they watch that particular class. That's how most districts are handling the virtual side of things. Now, y'all have decided to pre-record some aspects of your classes, at least in some of the cases. And so you're getting a higher quality, I think. But the truth is, most districts have moved away from that model because it's wearing people out. If you don't want to pare down the workload there, a second option, honestly, is you could do what some people have said, is you could find teachers who just teach virtually. Now, it sounds like Dr. Flannery and his team have explored that, and logistically that would be very difficult. The third option, and this isn't a great option, is to try to give your teachers more time. So maybe you look at your calendar and you find your half days, and you say, you know what, we're going to give the teachers some release time on those half days scattered throughout the school year, and you just eat into your stockpile days in order to get your 180 days of instruction time. Those are the 3 things that I've seen districts try to do. There's no right answer. I think, like one of you said, I think this was Mr. Riddle suggested, you may have to ask for a waiver from the state, whatever direction you choose to go. And so far, the state's been pretty accommodating on those things. But anyway, I wanted to touch on those 3 options, but the big thing is I wanted you to understand that this contract idea, it's great to want to stick to what you said, but if what you said isn't working, it may be time to revisit it.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mitch?
Yeah, Mr. Bennett, I'm glad you're still there because you might be able to address this. We heard that we may need 16 new teachers, which was dependent on class size. So, I mean, we're having to maintain these virtual class sizes at the same level that we would if we were in person. And I get it. If you got 35 kids in a classroom, it's hard to manage it. But if you've got 35 kids online, it seems to me like the instruction piece of it would be a lot easier. And can you obtain a waiver for any of this, for these class sizes, for virtual class sizes?
So one of the most common waivers that districts have asked for this year have been waivers on the virtual class size. The state has allowed a lot of waivers in that area so long as you don't exceed the total average size. But I think frankly, the deeper we get into our bench, the more we're gonna need some more latitude. The problem that you run into, as Dr. Flannery said, is you don't have teachers growing on trees. Amid this pandemic, you don't have a lot of people looking to sign on to this sort of thing. But what you could do, I suppose, and I think this is where you're going, Mr. Meredith, you could, in your budget, set aside designated virtual positions. If that's where you're going, that's certainly in the province of the board to create, if you will, sort of a virtual academy. But again, the problem is how do you staff it?
Ms. Ellinger.
Mr. Bennett, could that also be like on a temporary basis, or does it have to be, could it be a temporary type of employment?
Of course it could.
Okay.
I'm a little hamstrung too, because I couldn't quite hear some of the people who were speaking, and I'll be perfectly honest, at this point, I don't even have a clue what your motion is.
We don't either. we got it, Jennifer's got it.
An amendment and an amendment to the amendment.
Do we need to go back?
You're currently in discussion on the amendment to the amendment.
Mary Beth.
I've got another motion after that.
Whoa.
You've got to completely
After
discuss
that, I
everything.
said after that.
Let's start over.
You can only have two amendments to one motion.
Yeah, I like to hear what they are again before we vote.
Okay, I have one
Yes,
more
sir.
comment. Why couldn't we, and you'd have to do it, we can't. Why couldn't you instruct our principals, the kids that are virtual, that are failing, retract their contract and tell them, you have to come back to school since you're failing. The students that are keeping up and are doing well virtual, let the teachers, rather than record, like this, Emma said, when it's your class time, you're in front of the computer. Evidently, they're doing it because they're not failing. I mean, that goes back to the contract they signed. If you're failing, 9 weeks is over. If you fail, then you're failing. We're pulling back your virtual. You got to come back to school now.
The principals do have that authority.
Right.
Today.
Right.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
So, we have not been marking kids truant this 9 weeks, is that correct? Is that what I understand?
Getting close. They're getting letters. We're not having truancy court, or have we? No, I don't believe we have. We're getting very close to that.
But we haven't been very diligent about that. We've kind of been lax with that.
Kind of finding, looking to see where the kids work.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want to say we're making it up as we go, but this is new territory.
So this being truant is going to be stepped up a little bit.
Truancy is going to be a serious thing starting in the second 6 weeks.
Okay, so here's my question. When we have kids going homebound, they go through Midway and they do what?
Homebound or homeschool?
Homebound.
Homebound means that they're medically, given a medical excuse to go to school.
Yes.
Yeah, Midway administers that program.
Okay, and that program is here. We don't use any of our high school teachers. That program is
It's
here.
a separate teacher that's paid an hourly wage over and above their normal salary, and they're only required to spend a couple of hours a week with that student.
Right, because everything is online. And then if they need that help, they go to that teacher.
Yeah.
Okay, so could that not be utilized, or is that not possible?
Well, homebound has its own set of rules. A child has to be put in homebound with the pediatricians.
No, I'm not saying that they have to be on homebound. I'm saying the program that we use with Midway and homebound, could that not be utilized?
We got a quote for, I think it was 300 additional seats of Grad Point, and it was affordable.
How much?
Help me out, Ashley.
Mr. Whitaker, he has the quote.
And that was going to be the high school plan, is put all the
Is that,
virtual kids on Grad Point.
is that,
And right now, 300 seats won't do it. It would take closer to 450.
It was
Even-
$147,735.
147,
735.
735, and is that including the kids that have already been told they have to come back?
I don't know how many been told they have to come back. It'll be a bunch of them.
So you said 475, is that what you said?
Well, you look at how many we've got on virtual high schools, and it's busting up 450, maybe a little bit more.
Okay.
But you'd need a seat per student, so we'd be $300,000 range. Now, that means they don't get a teacher.
I know.
It's just them and a computer with no warm body help.
I understand that also.
Do we have the technology for, in the class, I was thinking about this a while ago, does every teacher have proper technology in their classroom they need to teach virtual?
Do we have teachers at Asbury that have like 5 through 8 certifications?
Given the ones that are there, I'd say yes.
Is that a possibility? We can use those people.
We still got class size maximums. They can only be the teacher of record for so many students.
We can ask for a waiver, can we not?
We can.
Do we have a breakdown of 5 through 8, how many we have in each grade level?
We have somewhere. Have you got that in front of you, Cindy?
By each school,
Or by grade level?
by grade level, yes, I sure do.
And when you say a waiver, you're not talking about a waiver of 10 or 12 kids. You're talking about dozens and dozens of kids.
I don't know what we're talking about. I mean, you didn't even tell us the number yet.
Well, we're fixing to get it.
Okay, yes, so we just want to talk 5 through 8. 5th grade, we have 96 students. 6th grade, we have 83. 7th grade, we have 93. 8th grade, 118. And the other thing that we have to, and I know you're thinking this as well, but we want effective teachers to teach even our remote learners. And, you know, and that's, you know, we want certified, but also very effective.
But I just feel like we're losing our effectiveness because we're putting 2 jobs on them. We're giving them kids in front of them, and we're giving them kids who is on a computer who, well, they run in and out, and they turn around, and they, you know, there's no structure right there. So we're giving them 2 jobs. We are taking our teachers who are already 10, 12, 15 hours a day into their children and asking them to do another 4 to 5 hours. They're running out of daylight. They're running out of hours. They're exhausted. We're all exhausted. I understand that. I just don't see how, we've been talking about this since August, that we are at this point now.
Anybody? Yes, sir.
Well, I've heard everybody's comments here. I've said, let's send them back to school 4 days a week, 100%. And that'll fix all the problems.
Everybody.
Everybody. Give 1 day for virtual, everybody 100%.
All right, can we go over our, please, Jennifer?
Ms. Dillinger's amendment to Mr. Fleener's amendment was for everyone to attend virtual on Wednesdays.
I'm sorry, virtual what?
On Wednesdays. Completely virtual on Wednesdays was her amendment to Mr. Fleener's amendment.
You may call for the vote at your discretion.
Call the question.
So what was Mr. Fleener's amendment?
Mr. Fleener's.
Can I go through all of them?
You can't, sir.
If you don't mind. I just want to make sure we're clear on what we've talked for an hour after we shouldn't have. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Mr. Fleener's amendment to the original motion, the in-person learners will not have the same teachers in grades 5 through 8 as the students participating virtually. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that did not include high school.
5 through 8.
I mean, I've got bombarded today by middle school teachers since last night. And, I mean, I had some break down and cry on me. I mean, they're just overwhelmed.
All right, what was the original?
The original motion Mr. Masters, I believe, was to return on August 12th with high school at 100% 4 days a week, going virtual full on Wednesdays. K through 4 grades would go at 100% 5 days a week, and grades 5 through 8 would go 100% 4 days a week with Wednesdays off as virtual. I said October 12th, sorry. Okay, I meant October.
Does everybody understand that, what we're doing?
Well, we have to vote on the amendment first.
I know, I just wanna make sure.
Which
Mary
amendment?
Beth would be first, and
Miss
then Chaz.
Dellinger's amendment would be first.
All right,
Everybody.
roll call vote on Miss Dellinger's amendment. With-
Mr. Irvin,
I was listening to Mary Beth.
I'm
What was,
sorry.
it was the motion, the
That
amendment
was her
is
motion.
100%,
100%
except Wednesday.
except on Wednesdays.
For everybody.
her amendment to Mr. Fleener's is everybody is virtual on Wednesdays. That's all she said.
All right, does that mean
Okay,
K through 12?
Yes.
Yes.
100%,
Except for
Not
Wednesday.
except on Wednesdays.
For all to attend virtual on Wednesdays.
I vote yes.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger,
Yes.
Mr. Fleener,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Mr. Masters,
Yes.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Mr. Meredith,
Yes.
and Mr. Day.
Yeah.
Carries.
Now, we need to vote on Mr. Fleener's amendment,
As amended.
as amended.
You should understand that if Mr. Fleener's amendment fails, then so does Ms. Dellinger's amendment.
Correct. But you can offer another amendment.
Yes, sir.
Roll call vote, Jennifer?
Mr. Irvin,
Aye.
Mr. Hammond,
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger,
Yes.
Mr. Fleener,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Buchanan,
Yes.
Mr. Masters,
Yes.
Mr. Riddle,
Yes.
Mr. Meredith,
No.
Mr. Day.
Yes.
Now, again, Brad, what was the price tag on that amendment?
If we have to hire 16 teachers, we're looking at 1 million to 1.1 million, and that will definitely require a budget amendment in the near future.
And we'll need to take that out of fund balance.
Yeah, you have nowhere else to take it, so right now you've budgeted 3.4 million to come from your fund balance this year. That'll push it up to 4.5 million if the budget all happens as it's there. That means we'll go cut our fund balance almost in half this year if this happens.
Mr.
Jennifer?
Chairman, we'll need an action by the board to go into fund balance. We can't
I
do
would
that
like
anytime
to
soon.
change my motion to no, because I didn't understand what that was right there.
But,
I don't
Mr.
wanna
Chairman.
get nobody,
Yes.
I don't wanna hire no more teachers.
well, Mr. We just listened to Scott Bennett say that we could ask for a waiver for these different
But that
things.
don't mean we're gonna get it.
Well, I'm just saying, we're not at the 1.1 million to hire 16 new teachers. We're just saying, listen, the people teaching virtual and the people doing in person don't need to be the same people. I mean, I don't know how that needs to happen.
I understand that, Chad, but I would make a motion that we go back 4 days a week, Wednesdays off. That's the amendment that I voted for, but the other I can't, so
Let me ask a
I'm
question.
changing my vote.
Can he change his vote?
Yes, it can.
Okay, so he changes his vote. We need to back up and vote on the original motion, correct?
As amended.
As amended.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of up to you, if you want to allow that.
And understand, I'm not the one that determines if you hire 16 teachers, I'm just saying if.
Well, and I understand, and I wasn't gonna discuss it, but we may have to hire 5, or we may have to hire 16,
No,
but
we're gonna have to hire 16. That's the nut.
I think we need to back up and clear it all off and start over again, have a discussion on what Mike brought up, when they go back, and I think we should go separately about the curriculum part of it.
well,
It's same, but it's two separate issues, and we've kind of got them tangled up here where we don't really know what we're voting for.
I don't disagree, but I don't know how to get there.
Vote that amendment down,
You
or
have-
motion down.
You are currently in discussion on the motion as amended, as amended. You are back to discussion on the main motion, which has 2 amendments attached to it. One of which is to do away with all virtual blended teaching, 5 through 8, and that all students, pre-K through 12, be fully virtual on Wednesday. And you're in discussion on that whole thing.
Okay,
But
so,
the price tag is $1.1 million.
so if we wanna do what Keith or Mike said, the answer to your $1.6 million worry is everybody goes back to school.
Well, or, I
'Cause I don't
right
think
now,
we're-
what I need is a action by the board to go into fund balance to $1.1 million. We can't do that just because I say so, the board has to.
Well, can we not work a little bit for a day or two to see if we can eliminate and not having to do that?
That's not what the motion said. If this motion passes, I start this process in the morning.
But I mean, he didn't make a motion to start hiring teachers in the morning. He just made a motion that you figure out a way to take care of it.
We did. It's our 16 teachers with $1.1 million in fund balance. And without a timeline, I'm obligated to start tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Let me see if I'm following this. If the motion we have in front of us right now with the amendments is essentially that everybody is back in school except for Wednesday, and no teacher will teach virtual and live.
Grades 5 through 8.
In grades 5 through 8. Okay, that's where I understand that
That's where we are, that's right.
And you're saying, Dr. Flannery, that that's gonna cost us 16 teachers, or we're gonna need 16 additional teachers to handle the virtual learning component or the classroom component of it, whichever it may be.
These are the calculations done by multiple curriculum staff members over the past many days. And I have faith in those numbers.
Would that be for K4 and 9-12?
K4 is already covered. We're not having, nobody in K4 is having, no teacher in K4 is virtual and in person. 9-12, this motion doesn't cover it. Most of those
But
teachers will be.
I guess my question is, the 16 teachers.
That's only 5.
If
Okay,
this-
but that motion was to not have nobody virtual.
Does no teacher have both virtual and in-person students?
You're still gonna have virtual students.
Right. Just one
You're
teacher
gonna
ain't
have a
gotta do
bunch
it
of
all.
virtual students.
Okay, I misunderstood.
Okay, if we vote down the original motion,
Then it all goes away.
we can start all over and clear this up.
We got to vote on the amendment.
Let's-
You can't tell somebody.
We've already voted.
No, I ain't telling that, but I'm just saying,
The next vote
it's an
would be
option.
the original motion
Mr.
as
Chairman,
amended. as amended.
one more observation.
Yes.
So if this motion were defeated and we adopted another motion that required everybody to be at school except for Wednesday, and we eliminate the virtual option,
Yeah.
as Mr. Bennett referenced,
yes.
that would save us 1.1 million.
Except for medically fragile students.
Correct, right.
You still have some virtual
Yeah.
students.
But we don't have 16 teachers worth, do we,
You could do that.
in-house?
Yeah, you wouldn't have to hire anybody, but if you say that nobody can teach both virtual and in person, we're gonna have to start hiring teachers no matter what we do.
Okay, so we need to vote on the motion as amended.
As amended,
As amended, as amended.
Okay.
Roll call vote, Jennifer.
Mr. Masters,
I guess they know.
Mr. Riddle,
No.
Mr. Irvin,
No.
Ms. Buchanan, Ms. Dellinger, Mr. Fleener,
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond, Mr. Meredith,
No?
Mr. Day.
Clarify.
You're voting on the original motion as amended, as amended.
The original motion
As amended, as amended.
as amended, as amended. Which is?
If you want to start all over, you say no. If you don't,
No.
it's yes.
Thank you.
Easy way to put it.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I make my motion?
Please.
I make a motion that we return 100% on 4 days a week for everyone, and Wednesday full virtual for everyone. Is that how it was?
Can we get a second?
Second, so
Is
we can
this,
discuss.
please clarify, K, all grades?
K-12.
12.
Thank you.
So only virtual is Wednesday,
Wednesday virtual for everyone.
minus the medical.
Right. Well, no, wait.
That doesn't solve the problem.
Yeah.
If you've got a medical
What do you mean?
condition,
You gotta
you can
eliminate
stay
virtual.
home.
Yeah, but he said he can handle the medical ones.
But she's not
Nobody else
saying
can.
that.
Oh, okay, you need to clarify the medical only virtual.
Oh, no, I was just continuing it like it is now. So this, we're putting everybody back on, away from virtual. Is that what we're doing?
You want them teachers to have to do both?
No.
Then
Well, that's gonna be separate.
it don't need to be separate.
All
Yeah,
right,
it does.
Okay,
I think it does. I think this needs to be separate.
we're just trying to clean this up.
We are.
I
Yes.
rescind my second.
So
Can I make
if
a
you've got
motion?
someone who is protected by either the IDEA, special education laws, or 504, the disability laws, then you're gonna have to accommodate them regardless of what the board's motion is. So if you wanna keep it neat and tidy, you don't need to insert the medical issues or the disability issues.
Okay.
As Dr. Flannery said a minute ago, that's just part of federal law.
Okay. Everybody understand?
I have a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Wait a minute, I got a motion.
I thought you
Somebody
lost the
second.
second.
Mike seconded
You
it.
seconded it, didn't
He rescinded.
I
He
rescinded because I
rescinded.
wasn't under, I just didn't understand the full.
Okay, he rescinded his, do you rescind yours?
you? No, I still want mine.
She gotta have a second.
Okay,
Oh.
so what is your motion?
What exactly is your motion?
I want to have a full return for everyone, pre-K through 12 or pre-K through 12, 4 days a week, and continue to have Wednesday as virtual for everyone. So
Second.
everybody's on the
that.
same schedule.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So the virtual contracts go what?
I
We
didn't
have
say that.
virtual
No.
contracts
No,
with 1,100
She didn't
kids.
say that.
That's not what she said.
No, we can talk about that. Let's get this in place, and then we can go back and do
You wanna
others.
amend that?
Yeah, I do, because if we don't amend that, then we're right back where we were before we had Chad's motion.
How was that? We're completely, we're
No, you're
starting
not
from
completely,
scratch.
you're not completely, no, because you have 1,100 students that are virtual. Even though you say everybody has to come back, there's still 1,100 students that are out there virtual. I say we rescind the contract, the virtual contracts, period. That's my amendment to the motion.
So somebody that wants their child to stay at home because they're afraid of the
They
pandemic.
gotta bring them back.
Oh,
You
no.
have a second?
Do we have a second?
Sorry,
Oh,
amendment.
no,
Yes.
that's cruel and inhumane. I'm sorry.
Well, go ahead and
Unless
get
there's a
second.
medical reason,
Well,
it's, Mr. Bennett said.
Did you say?
Oh, Mr. Bennett?
Do what?
Mitch made an amendment. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second, okay. Mr. Bennett, please.
Yes, sir,
Did you copy that, what we just did?
I did.
Is there anybody else doing that, Scott?
Say that again?
Is there anybody else doing the same thing?
Not having any virtual option, I'm not aware of anybody.
Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
Okay, what if the child doesn't have a medical issue, but in my family, there's a 98-year-old living with the parents and the grandparents?
It falls under the CARES Act, and that's a medical issue.
Okay.
You're okay, Ms.
See, that's where I think,
Fender.
yeah, that's where I
Okay,
think the out is.
so our pediatric cases are on the rise. We have the MIS-C, which is all the effects that are affecting the kids in this area now. We're about 6 weeks behind everybody else. It's just flowing our way. So we're gonna tell these parents that they have to bring their kids back, which they're the ones that's carrying each other the virus. So there's gonna be no virtual for these kids. We're gonna lose these kids. They'll go to homeschool.
Do you want to do 1.6 million for hiring
No.
teachers?
No.
Can't have both. We just decided that we can't have both. Huh? Okay. So, we got a motion on the amendment and a second. So we need to vote on the amendment.
Correct.
And the amendment is
You rescind virtual contract.
rescind virtual contracts. Unless, just you rescind virtual contracts.
Right, if there's a medical or, yeah,
Rick
yeah.
Reaper. Okay, got it.
So then lose funding for 1,100 students.
I do the muzzle. I'm like, I'm like President
Mr.
Trump.
Chairman?
I do the
Yes, sir.
muzzle.
Let me insert myself again. So your continuous learning plan does presuppose you're gonna have a virtual learning option, I suspect.
It does.
So you're probably, if you choose to go this route, you're going to need to amend your CLP and notify the state, and they'll need to approve that.
Okay.
I'm not
So-
saying that they won't, I'm just saying it's not exclusively your choice.
So, Mr. Bennett, how does that help us tonight? Do we?
I have no idea.
So when they don't approve it, if they don't approve it, we gotta get back in here and start over?
Well, frankly, I doubt that the state would say, no, we disagree with you. We think we know how to do it better up in Johnson City and Jonesboro and you know, et cetera. So I really doubt that they would override you, but my point is the state does have to look at these things and approve them before you move forward. They would probably ask a question like, okay, so what do you intend to do for the people who have medical needs? Well, okay, we'll have a 504 committee make a decision. What will you do for people who maybe have medically fragile folks at the house? That's something that Mr. Hammond mentioned a second ago. So they would probably have some questions. As it relates to your vote tonight, I think you just make the best decision for the students of Washington County, and then Dr. Flannery and I will figure out how we need to send this to the state.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I just want you to be aware of that.
Yeah, thank you, and we're trying to do the best.
And I understand what Mitch and his motion is, but aren't we kind of infringing on parents' rights with their students, how they want them taught as far as virtual?
Oh, no, they'll have a choice. They can go.
They can go
They
homeschooling.
can go homeschool, they can go to, what is it, Tennessee Comprehensive or whatever?
The homeschooling that's free or part of
Yep,
public.
they can do all that.
I just feel like we're tying our hands.
This is the first time I've been at a loss for words.
You're still talking.
Well.
You want me to say
Oh.
something in your place?
It's, we do one way, we're going wrong. We do the other way, we're going wrong.
Now you got it.
You're not gonna please everybody, but
You're not gonna please everybody, but
it's pure and
she's
simple.
over here complaining about we're gonna lose these little kids, they're gonna go homeschooling. Okay, that's a
It wasn't
that's a
a
gamble.
complaint. It was just a statement.
That's a
And it's legitimate, that's,
yeah.
it's fine.
And I've got seniors and juniors that's not turning their work in, not doing nothing, and I'm losing them, so.
Mr. Chairman, I feel like we're circling our wagons, and bottom line is, students have to be accountable at some point in time, parents have to be accountable at some point in time. We need to offer virtual as we're continuing to do. We need to take the burden as much as we can off the teachers. And this has been a learning experience for several months now. It's going to be a learning experience for the next year. So, and I applaud the teachers, I applaud the administration for the job you're doing. It's easy to sit back and criticize being a Monday morning quarterback, and those that have been criticized, and very few of them have offered a valid plan, but just criticism. So what we need to do is offer in-school learning, virtual learning, hold all students accountable equally, and go from there. It's simple.
So that goes back to kind of what I was suggesting earlier. I guess, Cindy and Ashley, is it possible to record what the teachers are teaching in class and let the kids watch virtually? Will that work? And that can be the virtual. And Mr. Flannery, you may weigh in on that too.
She's doing two jobs.
But she's recording what she's doing.
Actually,
They're saying she's recording while she's teaching.
While she's teaching, not doing a separate virtual lesson. Let it be recorded, her class teaching at the time she was teaching it.
And I think we need to make the student required to be
Be present.
on the Chromebook while she's teaching.
Yes, they need to be accountable. If you're not accountable, it's like you're not at school. Is that possible?
I can definitely speak to that. We definitely need student accountability, but I'm gonna speak as a high school teacher. Right now, and I've texted Curtis and he's asked me to say this, we do not have enough equipment in our high schools for every teacher to live stream all day long. We don't. We can order it, but it's on back order. And so I don't know when we're gonna get it, but we're working on that.
Well, at least
So
we're
right
going in
now,
that direction.
yes, we're
Sorry.
moving in that direction. Right now, we cannot do that. We also have high school students who take care, and that's why we changed our plan early on. High school students who look after kindergartners, first graders, second graders during this virtual learning time to get them on. Because they have to take pictures of their work, they have to upload the work. I have a first grader, I'm doing all that. It's a lot of work for a first grader to be virtual. We have high schoolers who take care of those younger kids when parents are at work. And so we encountered that. We had high school teachers who started out live streaming during virtual, and maybe in an AP class they're all showing up, but in a regular class, about 6 are showing up. They're checking out. As a high school teacher, you have kids who check out during class, and the teacher comes over to them and says, hey, come on, wake up, let's get going, pick up your pencil, come on, we need you to communicate. And sitting in front of a computer all day long, I've had virtual meetings that last 4 or 5 hours. It's horrible. I don't know that our high school kids could learn that way all day long, just sitting there from 7 to 4. It's different when you're in school. You're up, you're doing group work, you're communicating with your friends, you're changing classes. I mean, it's different than sitting in front of a computer. So I don't know that that's realistic to ask students to do that all day long. I just don't know. Could they log on to see some instruction? Absolutely. But they're not going to get the group work that they're getting in a classroom. They're just not. And they learn during that time. That's when they process and discuss what the teacher has talked about. They learn during lecture, but they really learn when they're talking together. And they're not going to get that.
So we can have group work now?
Virtually?
No, in the classroom, because we were.
Across from one another, yeah, they can talk. They're just at a distance.
Okay.
But when you're on a virtual, Ms. Fink and I taught at TCAT several months ago, and it was hybrid. And we had, I don't know how many, 8 or 9 on the screen. And we had 12, I think, in front of us. It was a culinary arts thing. And it was horrible because they kept having technical issues, and we had to stop what we were doing and go fix that. And these people were bored and annoyed. It was the worst environment. Could our teachers do it? Yeah, but is it going to be great? No. And so if they're trying to record it, it's not going to be a quality video for students to watch, because teachers, when we're teaching, you can see how I'm doing now. We talk with our hands, we move around the room, we don't have mics. When I wander off, my Chromebook's going to stop. You're not going to be able to hear me. Just like, I don't know if Mr. Bennett can hear me now, but you won't watch stuff where you can barely hear people. We're going to have a lot of issues. It's not ideal. And we don't have the equipment right now to do it.
Okay, well, in high school level, they're still accountable for their work, so it's gonna be
Yes.
recorded. So if they can't sit there, I mean, honestly, if you're sitting there in class, I do know there's more interaction. But if the reason you can't is medically or because your parents choose not to, again, that's on them. So they can come back and watch that class later, in any class. And even for the people in person learning, if they go home, have homework, mom and dad can click on YouTube or the school site and watch over that video again. And I do think the high school is going in the right direction. But, and I think high schoolers they have the capacity to realize the distancing more than the younger ones do. So I'm saying offer both. But
Do we have a motion?
Let's take a 10-minute break. How about that?
Yeah.
Brad, what is the homeschool?
I think breathe break. Back in order. Now, we had a motion, a second.
You had an amendment.
I needed to specify my motion, clear up some things with it. My motion said everybody 4 days a week. I need to say everyone who has agreed to the, in-person, option. Does
Can we-
that make
can we-
You
sense?
have an amendment also that's live and has a second.
So we need to,
We need to vote on the amendment.
let's vote on the amendment.
What's
Okay.
the amendment?
And the amendment is,
To rescind virtual contracts.
Okay, so I need to make another statement on that.
please.
We have to continue some type of remote learning because when these kids go into quarantine and inclusion, we are responsible for that remote learning.
Okay, thank you. Well, all right, Jennifer, roll call vote on the amendment, which is
To rescind virtual contracts.
rescind virtual contracts, and that is for everyone that we have out right now.
Surely that excludes medical.
Well, I think Mr. Bennett said we didn't have
He said
to,
medical
that was a
IEPs.
given.
Okay.
That was a given.
All the legals are.
Yeah.
still in place.
Right, correct, Mr. Bennett?
To that point, I would say that probably Ms. Buchanan's concern would also fall in there, because legally, since they're quarantined, they would fall under the same 504 issue. I think understand that there will be some kids served virtually. It just won't be pursuant to a contract if the board chooses to go in this direction.
And we would give Dr. Flannery the ability to decide who does and who does not, correct?
Yes, sir, that's an administrative decision.
Okay. All right, everybody understand? Roll call vote, Jennifer.
Mr. Masters?
No.
Mr. Riddle?
No.
Mr. Irvin?
No.
Ms. Buchanan?
No.
Ms. Dellinger?
No.
Mr. Fleener?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yeah.
Mr. Meredith?
No.
Mr. Day?
No. Help me out a little bit, man.
He's officially a Washington County School Board.
Okay, now then,
The motion as not amended,
the motion is not amended, so now we need to vote on the motion.
or you can have additional discussion. on it.
Or have additional, okay. Do we need
Hear
one,
what
so,
it originally was?
Question.
let's go over the motion one more time.
This is the original motion.
Thank you.
Return 100% 4 days a week for all pre-K through 12 students and to continue virtual on Wednesdays for all students.
That's just a little misleading that it sounds like we're forcing everybody, but that should, read the ones who are, on the, full, does that make sense, in-person learning. Can I add that to it?
No. Can she add that too? I mean,
If
you,
you'll allow an editorialization.
yeah.
she can.
We're gonna add an editorialization. New word, maybe. Mary Beth?
I
Yes.
just made that up myself.
Oh, did you? That
Just
sounded
to
good.
get
Go
what-
ahead, Mary Beth.
Put in,
Get that out of your chemistry
person
class.
learning. Does that
Some
make
Twitter.
sense, right?
Yeah, I'll
Okay,
clean it
read
up.
it again for us, please.
And does he have to agree to the, since he seconded it, does he?
Yeah.
Okay, that you return 100% 4 days a week for all pre-K 12 students who are participating in person learning and to continue virtual on Wednesdays for all students.
All right. Let's vote.
Mr. Masters, is okay with that? Because you had seconded it originally.
Yes.
Same clock. All right, we voting?
Yep.
You're keeping your second. All right.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
You got a plan.
Well, Mr.
Go ahead.
I mean, I hate to kick this horse again.
I don't think we're done, go ahead.
Well, I still want to, I want us to try to find us a way that they're still not doing both. Now, I know what, I could ask for a motion and then probably die like the last one did, so, but I mean,
Yeah, we
I don't
still-
wanna see the teachers doing both. They can't,
Chad,
I
how
mean-
about, how about if we do this? I don't wanna make a motion, just to throw this out. What if, since we've got 1,100 plus kids virtual, and I guess, I don't know if Dr. Flannery needs to implement this, or if it's already implemented, or if we need to tell them to implement or whatever, but the kids that are virtual that are failing, have the principal of said school pull it. You have to come to school. And if they refuse, then turn them over to Mr. Murphy for truancy. As far as the teachers, rather than them doing double work, I think that number's gonna shrink, number one. And like Whitney said, let the teachers record their in-person class, put it on Google Docs, and have the rest of the kids that's virtual pull it up and view it at any time that they want. Then if they have a question or a problem, have them email the teacher the following day and let the teacher answer it on their planning period. I mean,
Can I, let me throw some real quick. So, and with that, never mind. But David, I'm sorry.
Well, just a question to Dr. Flannery. In the late 90s, Washington County schools started staying 30 minutes longer to make up for snow days. Okay. Is there a way during this pandemic, and hopefully it'll end by year end, to just not have virtual learning on Wednesday and the teachers concentrate on the students that may be falling behind, doing their cleaning, doing the lessons? Because we have put the extra cleaning on the teachers, their classrooms. And if you send them back to school, everyone there's going to be more to clean the next day.
Ask that question again.
Okay, can you, till the end of the year, or said time during this pandemic, because we're still in a state of emergency according to the governor, take Wednesdays off completely for the student, just temporarily, let that be a catch-up day or question day. It's up to the students to contact the teacher if there's a need, if there's some struggling going on, not have that teacher do any virtual lessons that day, but concentrate on cleaning, lesson plans, and following up with students that may have had trouble virtual learning that Monday and Tuesday of that week.
Yes.
This is just during the state of, as long as the governor states this, it continues the state of emergency.
We've got 13 to use. And since you've already going to go virtual on Wednesdays anyway, I could declare a few just no school Wednesdays.
I think that would alleviate a lot of stress off the students, I mean the teachers. I think it would help those students that are falling behind virtually. I think it would help everybody. You're doing extra sanitizing. Teachers are doing the sanitizing in the classrooms. We know that. I mean, and to say that, I mean, I don't know that teachers have ever had to sanitize the desk before, and we've had them back at 50%. Well, now we're going to have them back at 100%. So that Wednesday, just temporarily, as long as we're in a state of emergency, things aren't normal anyway. You do what you have to do to survive and move
I was
forward.
planning on calling snow days if the wind blew hard anyway, to give everybody a break. I mean, I was not gonna leave a single snow day on the table anyway, so we were thinking the same way.
Well, okay, let's say we go into the winter months and we have to call snow days. Again, waivers should be given within reason during a state of emergency. When your governor's calling it still a state of emergency, there's gotta be certain ways to bend. And this will benefit the students, this will benefit the teachers. I know it's not ideal for parents because they still have a day they have to look for daycare, but if you have siblings at home, but at an elementary level and have them in the high school level, that works for them as well to help mom and dad with the younger one, to keep them, keep everything uniform as much as possible.
You've got 9 to the end of the year.
You got 9 Wednesdays?
You're out for the Thanksgiving, and you're out for
Is
the
that
23rd.
counting from now, Chad?
Yeah, well, next week, not counting.
So you're looking at 9 days, we have 13 snow days. I think that's something that could be looked at. It's not gonna please everybody, but it's gonna please the vast majority, and it's best for the students and the teachers
No, the
at this
problem is
time.
what we have, a bad January, February.
Well, I go back to we're in a state of emergency, and we get a waiver from the state.
I want to make sure we can get that waiver. That's a $350,000 a day gamble.
Why couldn't we be virtual in school, in the snow days?
That's true too.
Can Annette speak? Go ahead, Annette.
Okay, so I want to ask Dr. Flannery about 120-day contracts for maybe retired teachers for virtual to come back. I mean, we talked about that being 1.1 million. Would that be 1.1 million for 120-day contracts for those teachers?
What's a typical contract cost?
It's based on, you can do it one of two ways. So it could be, you have a maximum amount that you can pay a retired teacher if you pay them as an interim, which I'm assuming that's how they would have to be. Well, let me back up on that. 120-day contract is a percentage of their last salary. And it depends on how many years they've been retired as far as how much of a percentage of that last year's salary can be. So it can range. Typically, a retired teacher will have been a teacher of 20, 25 years, so their final year's salary would have likely been up, say, about 50,000, maybe 60.
Dr. Flannery, is that something you would entertain?
Yeah.
Well,
So it'd be a lot less.
Yeah, I'd probably, if we started hiring teachers, that'd be the first tree I'd bark up, is a retired teacher to put on a temporary contract.
can we, so with what Mike said, we're gonna take, in other words, everybody's going to school unless they've got some kind of physical or family or some issue like that.
What I'd use is the standards in the CARES Act itself.
Yeah.
And that covers every legal possibility.
So that's gonna drop this 1,100 down to
Well, what I said, if they are failing.
only failing.
Only if they're failing.
So everybody else we're still doing.
It may still be bonus.
Yeah, and we
Yeah,
don't know.
hopefully there ain't that many failing.
I don't know, I mean, maybe Ashley or Cindy can elaborate on that a little bit.
I'm sorry, I was reading the message.
Number of students in 5-8 and 9-12 that is failing, virtual, roughly.
I would have to ask my principals, I did not bring that data with me tonight, they do have it, because they started calling families yesterday and telling them that the student had violated a remote learning contract by failing one or more classes, and the student is expected to return in person on October the 12th, because the student has violated the remote learning contract, unless the student can provide medical documentation.
We have a range, maybe?
Cause you got what, Ashley, 400 plus in the two high schools?
I have over 200 in each high school, yes.
Okay, if you were to hire 16 120-day contract retired teacher, this is only an educated guess because the salary range can vary. It's about 700,000.
So
For how long?
The only thing I'd like to add to that.
For 120 days.
120 days.
So here's how that works. It is 120 days, but they can work up to 960 hours in that 12-month period. So if they don't work a full 7.5 hours a day, they could technically, that 7.5 hours could be spread out over more than one day. That's how the TCRS, that's what they really care about. Is that.
How many academic coaches do we have left that we could put in the contract, that we could do virtual with? 3?
What do we do with the 4?
3 of them are teaching, one of them is the principal of the early grade virtual school.
Do we need a principal of a virtual?
Somebody's got to be in charge of keeping up with that, yes ma'am.
It's like
Schools
they would
need-
have to go to IEP meetings, IDT meetings.
And that's covering 10 schools.
Annette, I wanted to address, the retired teachers would definitely be a first group that we would go to, but we've also got to remember that a lot of those retired teachers are not comfortable with the technology and have been trained or updated, because this was new for everybody this year, and especially those that have been retired for a few years. this would be very foreign to them.
If Miss Peters can do it, I think
Oh,
they
yeah,
can
and
do
she,
it.
and we do have a few that can.
Mr. Chairman,
She did
Yes.
an excellent job.
Mr. Hammond.
I'd like to make a motion, if there's not a motion on the floor, that we do a full return 4 days a week. Wednesday is the day for teachers and students to connect for those fill-in students or those students that have questions, to do planning, to clean, whatever, temporarily through the end of this year. The caveat to that is, I know teachers are not paid for snow days. I would like to see if a waiver could be granted somehow to where the teachers are not out on the losing end on the snow days that they're not paid for, that would be working. Yes, for all employees, yes,
They're
thank you.
paid, that's part of the underpayment.
They get paid.
Okay, well then,
What about,
But they're not working.
Aye,
also in this motion,
yes, what about the IEs?
if the winter, or the next semester calls for, well, we still need to take care of the 5 through 8. We still need to, but right now, I would like to put that in the form of a motion and then handle the 5 through 8, which is a budgetary issue as well.
I'm sorry, I got a problem. The state board requires 35 hours of contact time a week, period.
Okay.
We can't just take a day off 1 day a week. We've got to have 35 hours of instruction carved out.
What about half a day instead?
But they're still gonna be with kids, they're just gonna be with the ones who need it. They're
I didn't
still
know if there
gonna
could be a
be
waiver
instructing kids.
for that since the state of emergency. I know we're muddying the water, but I'm trying to find a simple approach to this.
See,
I think the Wednesday is important that they do those Google Meets just to stay with that program in case something goes the wrong way. You're staying connected with it, and, they can do a little bit less on that days as far as their lessons, I would think, and use that, the teachers can do whatever they need to do and adjust their schedule to do the things they need at that point. But I think they need to stay with that program on the Google Meets just to stay familiar with it.
And I still think the numbers will drop once we
Start
come
pulling
back.
kids back.
I got a question.
Okay, you want Bennett to go first?
No.
Mr. Bennett, you got to hold on?
You do not have a second, do
Do it again?
Hold on a second. Wait a minute. Well, he never did really did you make a motion or not?
Well,
you? He was still working on
I didn't get a second because Dr. Flannery stated they have to have 35 hours. so-
Yeah, that's why I didn't recognize that we didn't really finish it. No disrespect,
No, I didn't know about
I know we-
about the 35
yeah,
hours.
okay, Mr.
In this, I had my hand up before he made.
Yeah,
the
I'm
motion,
sure he
so
did. I need a mirror up here.
Sorry. But my understanding is that if we use Wednesdays as a snow day is when nobody works. So why would you expect the teachers to work if it's a snow day?
Right.
Now, if it's an administrative day or a professional day, then I kind of get it. But why would the teachers work on a snow day?
Well, what we do if we use up all our snow days and we need more?
Well, I was
Looks like
looking
we're
for
just using
options.
9.
I'm just throwing out options,
Yeah.
and again, when other systems are looking at different waivers, when you're in a state of emergency, the governor declares a state of emergency, there's a lot that you can request that you would normally be granted. And I just thought that was one option to look at to alleviate the stress off the students and the teachers.
you have to petition the commissioner for a waiver, but you have to show like press clippings where it actually did snow. If there was an emergency that meant that you had to shut school.
Okay. Mary Beth?
I wanted to kind of go along with what Chad had said, and I don't want to let that just drop tonight. And I wondered if I could make this motion that we instruct Dr. Flannery to explore options, either with virtual class size waivers in 5th through 8th grade to help alleviate their workload with full class and virtual, or even the possible utilizing retired teachers. Just let's not let it go. Let's keep looking for ways and maybe come up with options and report to us during our retreat. Because I don't want to let this go. We have so many that are just desperate, I guess is a good way to put it. I realize other systems are doing this, and they will do this if we have required this, but they don't feel comfortable, and I do want to explore other options. Nobody wants to spend $1 million, but it's possible that we can do, maybe shift, I mean, just keep trying, is all I'm asking. Is that, okay? Anybody want to second that?
You're not actually instructing him to do anything on Mary Beth.
Well, yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
asking him to explore the options.
Well, that's just that's just a suggestion. That ain't a motion.
Well, I was gonna put it in the form.
I need to ask Mr. Flannery or Mr. Bennett or somebody when can we go back 5 days a week in person?
October the 12th, unless y'all change it. Well, you did change it. The
We've
motion is
said-
now.
we've
Yeah,
said
we were
four-
going back 5 days a week before this meeting started.
And you had a recommendation that we go 4 days a week, right?
And with Wednesdays being full virtual,
Which is where we
And
are.
we can
Which is where
discuss
we
it
are.
at our next board.
But
the
that's,
meeting ain't over yet.
that still don't do anything for the teachers' double workload.
Yeah, we're trying to,
Unless we go back 5 days a week and do away with virtual.
But you gotta do completely with virtual.
I still think that once these principals pull these kids off virtual that's falling behind,
That's failing.
that number is
Let me
going
ask
to
Mr.
come way down.
Mr. Bennett,
Yes, sir.
if you was to do away with virtual completely, does the law or what rule says, in other words, if there's a family member, I think Dr. Flannery referred to it a little bit, family member, any kind of need, how hard is it for a parent or grandparent or whatever to get an excused
Be virtual.
to be virtual? In other words, if we're back 98% and there's 2% that's virtual, surely to God we can come up with a couple of teachers to handle that. But
So, a lot of it's gonna depend on the specifics of the child's needs. So there's some students with disabilities who you're not gonna be able to serve virtual, right? Your self-contained classroom kids. Those students are coming in anyway. But let's say you've got someone who's medically fragile, someone maybe who was dealing with chemotherapy, stuff like that. In that situation, both your IDEA and your Section 504 provide your administration with mechanisms to work around other extending rules. Now, where you're gonna have something that's a little different here is, let's say the child is perfectly healthy. If the child's perfectly healthy, then there isn't a mechanism under federal law to accommodate where the problem is with the parents or the grandparents. So there, it's not an accommodation that you're giving to the kid. You have to start thinking about, well, what if the kid tracks home a virus that might hurt the extended family? If you're going fully, if you're doing away with virtual option, there isn't a mechanism to take care of that scenario. You follow me?
Right.
So federal law protects kids with disabilities. It doesn't protect kids whose family members have disabilities. So it is a legitimate policy concern. Now, I don't want to insert myself in policy discussions, but I tend to agree with Mr. Masters that if your administration tightens up on the participation of virtual school, if people who aren't logging on, you yank them. People who are failing, you yank them. People who aren't turning in their homework, you yank them. I think that's going to reduce your numbers significantly, and that's a place to start. I also tend to think that, as Mr. Riddle said, if you record the lessons in real time, that reduces your workload on teachers. But as Mr. Hammond also said, you can use your stockpile days for midweek, what you might call a reading day, quote unquote reading day. And if you use it for instructional purposes where the teachers are connecting with kids who have to remain virtual and they're otherwise falling behind, it's possible that the state might not count that day against us. Now, I don't know. I mean, I really don't. As Dr. Flannery said, the state is very concerned about the 180-day marker. They've said that's one thing they're not going to waive. But again, you've got stockpiles. And if you find yourself needing more pay, you can always go a little bit longer in the school year. No one wants to do that. But if what you're trying to do right now is give your teachers some breathing room, those are some days to play with.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
I understand what you're saying, Mike. My only concern is, let's say we do reduce the numbers. They're not all gonna be in one grade or one class. It's just like, if Fall Branch were to lose some third graders, they still have to have a third grade teacher. But, so you're still gonna have to accommodate whether you have 6 eighth graders or 16 eighth graders. So you still gotta fill that void, I would think. Dr. Flannery, am I right with that? So I understand what you're saying, reduced numbers will alleviate the stress of that, but, and I guess that's more of a question to Dr. Flannery, we'd still be obligated to whether we had 2 students in 8th grade versus whether it was 20.
Exactly,
Let me, are you done? I'm sorry. No, I was gonna say something else, I want to think about. I guess my concern, as I'm sitting here thinking, this ain't over. And we just said at the first of this meeting, the numbers are back up. Correct, Dr. Flannery?
They are up where they were back in July.
So if you go out of here tonight and you left these teachers doing this double work, this could go on through next July. This could go on the rest of the year, whatever. So it's a pretty big decision.
And I'm gonna say this, I know there's people, because I've gotten texts, my God, what are y'all doing? Can't you make a decision?
No.
Get it together. You know what? We're dealing with lives. We're dealing with health issues. We're not dealing just with a student. We're not just dealing with your 4 no more. We're dealing with extended family members that we reach out to. And we have that responsibility here to do that correctly, whether it takes 30 minutes, 3 hours, or 3 days to make a decision. And I think Mitch said it, there is no right or wrong answer. And I've said it all along, we're in unknown territory. So I really applaud the board, the staff, and everyone for taking all this extra time to address these issues, because it is not easy. And again, it's not just dealing with grade point averages and attendance, it's dealing with lives.
Sorry. Yes, Mr. Herman.
Right now, we're at 4 days a week, off on virtual on Wednesday. I would like, I don't know if you want this in a motion, or I'll put it in a motion, that we let Mr. Flannery and his staff call in all the kids that's failing. They have to report to school the 12th, whatever that day is. You're already doing that right now, right?
At the principal's discretion.
All right. The ones that's failing, let's get them, they've got to come back to school. And the ones that's not, let the teacher record their lesson while they're teaching their class standing there. And then the kid that's doing the virtual, watch it and do their lessons and turn it in.
So we're gonna put just a little more, well, you made that a motion.
Is that
Yeah,
all
what do
grades?
you need else with it? I'll
No,
make it.
I was just gonna say
Is
we're
that all
going,
grades?
I'm just discussing.
The schools aren't staffed.
What's that?
We don't have anybody in the schools to make the calls.
That's what I was gonna say, would you move the date back from the 12th?
But there's nobody at school. These schools are shut down.
Right.
Well, whatever date when they come.
13th or 14th.
Yeah, whenever they come back to school, let the principal or whatever get in touch with these people that's failing.
I would give them till the following Monday, just because when they come back to school, they're maybe dealing with building issues. It'd be-
Well,
give them a week to do.
the kids are coming back on the, whatever, that Monday.
We'll let them stay virtual until the principal can go through and meet with the teachers or do, I just think you're putting a lot on them in a 48-hour period.
Alright, so
Question.
let's get a,
All right, get a
is
second.
that a motion or not?
Yes, I
We
want
need a
that
second.
in a motion.
We
but
need a
I'll-
second.
Is that all grades?
Is that all grades, Mr. Irvin?
All grades.
All grades. We need a second on that. Anybody?
I'll second it.
Alright, we got a motion and a second. Now,
I have a
discuss it.
Yeah, I've got
Yeah.
a question. It's probably for Dr. Keys and Ms. Hayes, but what impact, the principals have had the discretion to bring them back if they're failing their contracts anyway. I get a sense that they haven't been doing that.
We just now finished the first 9 weeks.
Okay.
They're just now finding.
Okay, so they're just now figuring that out, that they're really falling behind.
Which is half the semester in the high schools, correct?
So what does, I mean, how does this, Dr. Keys and Hayes, how does this impact your staffing in your schools and our operations under the environment we're in?
That goes back to what I said earlier about when you asked when that decision was made. When we keep going up and down and changing, you know, the perimeters or what we need to do. So if we did that, that would also put us in a position where, okay, we've got the remote learner instructors already set for K through 4. And so that means some of these are teachers that we are pulling, and we're pulling their students and putting their students in another home room. So that's already set in motion. So if we react to that now, it might be that we don't need 2 teachers for each grade level, and we're gonna have to readjust that schedule immediately, and that will be confusing with parents and students. But I think it's a great idea that principals reach out to these, and that's what I mentioned earlier, that's what they're going to start doing the second 9 weeks. But it's not that they haven't already been doing that. These principals have done multiple home visits and reaching out to those at-risk families and parents. But like I said earlier, we're giving a little lenience for the first 9 weeks. So within these past 2 or 3 weeks, they've really, you know, said, okay, you know how this works. They've been doing home visits with themselves and with SRO officers, you know, follow those that we have got missing in action. And yes, we can, they continue that, but we can't change, it will really be chaos if we try to change a schedule within a couple of weeks, and that brings in Kathy Cox's department. It's not like we can say, all right, you show up today and everything will be fine, because it goes through a whole system where we have to account where every child is through the State Department. Every day we have to say they're in, you know, Mrs. Hayes' classroom today. Yes, sir.
How long do you think of a transition you would need for that, what he suggested?
And honestly, a 9-week period. And when these at risk, so we're going to, this is our expectations. You've got till midterm, and you're gonna come back in midterm, and we're gonna have another conversation to see the progress. And then and this kind of prep for that. We have to have kind of continuous boundaries where we know, okay, at the end of this 9 weeks, do we need extra remote instructors, or can we, you know, put one back into the classroom?
So when is parent-teacher conference?
Right after we get back.
So is it like 13th, 14th, 15th, something around in there? 15. So would that be enough time to be able to decide on that day what Keith was saying? Would that be enough time to pull those kids?
That's a perfect time to have that first conversation.
Why couldn't you start contacting him on the 12th when they came back, and then have them come in the following Monday, just to give them time and you time to adjust? So when we come back the 12th, then you'll have the grades, you'll know the information you need to know, start contacting them, and then require them to be back the following Monday. Would that be enough time, or is that?
Well, that's what I was,
The 19th.
you know, that's what I was thinking, because they could contact them, and if they had a problem, there's that day, the 15th, the parents, you know, need to come in, and there is a problem, and they want to talk to somebody, it's a perfect day to come in.
But getting the kids back into the classroom, I thought I heard you say that midway through the semester would be when you would target it because of all the scheduling issues. Or did I misunderstand that?
Yes.
But then you're almost halfway through the year by that
Right.
time. So if you're lost, you're way lost by then.
But you're continuously working with them, and we are allowing for those. We bring those, what we call at risk, that's already in play, and that is some of these students where they're coming into the building. You've got, with my position and what I have to do, it's rearranging teacher schedules within the building. And if you had a child in 1st or 2nd grade, and then I pulled, you get a note that says, you know, your current 1st grade teacher is going to be a new remote instructor for those on the remote learning pathway because of numbers, and you pull that 1st grade, say on October the 12th, his new homeroom teacher will be this teacher over here. And then when in a week's time, we realize that going through this process, that now, just at one school, there's going to be all these students returning 1st grade where we'll need to add another teacher and possibly even pull that child back to a different teacher. So you have to, you're moving, you've got to think about, you're moving kids around to accommodate class size.
So you're saying that we don't know what our class sizes is now?
No, we know what our class size is now.
Virtual and students
Yes.
in hand. So
Yes.
why would we have to move the kids if we already know that class size? I'm saying bring these kids back to school. And the ones that's doing virtual that is failing, Mr. Flannery, the staff brings them back to school. They have no option. They have to come back to school.
And that's a great question. What it is, 2nd grade. I've got 2 teachers 2nd grade. One teacher is from Grandview, hypothetically, one teacher's from Grandview and one teacher's from Ridgeview. So let's say if we do this.
You got 2 teachers that's at Grandview. That's what I'm saying. They are Grandview school teachers teaching 2nd grade. I have kids that is virtual, that's in 2nd grade, that is failing. We're telling Mr. Flannery to bring them back to school.
Correct. Correct. And if we bring them back, let's say the numbers are very large that we're bringing up.
But we already know what that
Right. But see, that
classroom
Grandview
is.
teacher that we pulled to be a virtual instructor, she's not just teaching Grandview kids.
I
She's
didn't know we
teaching
pulled no
all
kids
around
to
the
be, no
district.
teachers to be instructional.
K4 we do.
Okay, virtual.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand that, okay, 4.
So,
Can I ask a question?
yes,
I probably should ask this to begin with. So what does a day of a teacher look like? Short version of teaching their class.
turn it on.
And then what does all this virtual we're talking about, what exactly are they gonna be doing to fulfill that role? I guess, I'd like to know that.
Okay.
Is that-
And just to clarify, you're talking about K through 4th grade?
Yeah,
Okay,
or no,
so
like what we've been arguing about here tonight, or debating is, nicer word. The teachers that are upset because they're gonna have to do both. Could you explain to us what both is? What are they supposed to be doing extra that we're getting complaints about? I don't know.
Would like feedback when some of you are saying we're adding work to them. The 5th and 8th grade teachers right now, they're going to continue to do the very same thing that they're doing when they come back from fall break. Nothing is changing for that 5th or 8th grade teacher. They're frustrated, you know, because they thought when they come back from fall break, they were going to just have to focus on the kids in front of them. So I know they're frustrated. But they just found out that they're going to have to continue what they're doing. The only difference is they're going to have fewer students that will be watching the classroom.
So what is it that they're doing? I
What
think
they're
that's what
doing-
Jason.
yes.
Well, yeah, because they're complaining, so there's a problem. I'd like to see what the problem is from the other side.
Just like this. I'm sitting here and I'm talking to you and sharing with you some information, and I have someone listening right there.
Yeah.
It's the same thing.
So when they leave at the end of the day, they don't have nothing else they gotta do but go home like everybody here. And then the virtual child is what you're doing right here recorded. And it's up to that child and that parent to follow through.
Exactly.
Okay.
if they weren't there live.
Does all these teachers understand that?
Well, some of them are answering emails till late at night, too.
Okay, because I mean that, okay. Thank you.
Mitch, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, ma'am.
You asked if it would affect staffing at my high school.
Nobody's
No,
teaching
because the
at quick
35
time
children
because
who are enrolled in my class,
students
they're all there,
They're all
they're
there.
virtual, yeah, so it would not impact it.
If that's
And I
all
do
it
have an
is.
update, Mr. Irvin asked how many of my high schoolers would be returning. One of my high schools has
Okay.
already called all of the students who are failing, who have signed for remote learning contracts. And they've already sent Kathy the students who have to report on October 12th. And we're talking about 85 students out of the 200 and some are supposed to return on October 12th.
Okay, Mr. Masters, you had a question? Oh, you didn't?
I do.
Oh, okay.
I do. So the teachers are expected to go live every day with the kids in front of them. They're expected to go live every day with the virtual kids? Is that what I understand?
I suspect the teachers would like to if they could get the virtual kids to go live with them.
I'm talking about these 5 through 8 kids.
Well, that'd be the same thing, if
Yeah,
they'll
I
do
mean,
it.
there's not much difference between 5th grade and 12th grade.
Guess I just live in a different world.
That's the reason why my
Hey,
original
Bob,
motion
different world at my
was
house.
5, 8, 9, 12, and K4 was different. And that
So-
was kind of my reasoning on that.
But, so, okay, so Curtis has let Ashley know that we do not have the ability to go live all over the county all day long. So if we can't do that, they're going to have to take that second time and record and all that.
Why can't they record while they're doing it?
They just said we could,
Because
they don't
they
have
have
the
to have their
ability.
mask on. Cindy was talking about, or Ashley was talking about having their masks on. You can't understand them over the,
I thought you just said we didn't have the ability to record live all day long.
no, I said we didn't have,
We
there's not the
can
ability.
stream.
Huh?
We can
Record
record,
all
we can't
day
stream.
long.
You can't stream all day
Okay.
long.
And that kind of goes back to what
So
Whitney
you
was
can't
asking.
record it while you're.
Record it, and then let them, the kids that's virtual, go back and pull it at their leisure.
So how are you doing it now? If you're not streamlining all the teachers, is it just, y'all got a schedule worked out with them to?
No, there's no schedule. I mean, pretty much all the teachers are recording everything they're doing. But they'll have, some of the virtual kids will be with them in real time, and the rest of them will just see it later in the day.
But you're stating we can't live stream all over the county.
Curtis says that 650 teachers cannot live stream simultaneously all the time because we don't have the bandwidth.
Well, I would just like for him to look into the 120-day contracts. This is just, it's too much to add to them.
Well, we said they don't have to do nothing after hours.
Well, I just
Answer
got,
email.
Yeah, they're responsible for those kids. Giving 100% to both sets of these kids it's not gonna happen. They can't. They can't give it all to both sets of kids.
that's
Mary
some
Beth?
of the emails I'm getting, messages. Some of us are recording lessons when we get home from school till 11 or 12 at night. And we don't have time to record them during the school day. We have kids in their class. And I don't know, some of these, they're frustrated.
I don't think we've accomplished anything.
No, but
Someone asked how the high schools are doing it.
Yeah.
They're using like their Chromebooks. They don't have a webcam at the front of the class that's gonna follow them when they're teaching. So they could maybe set a Chromebook in a corner, but all they're gonna get is that view. You know, like put it up on a podium. It's not gonna be a quality stream of any kind. Right now, they can sit down at their desk, you know, and present the screen and do all kinds of cool stuff while they're teaching. But when you have, let's say, 20 kids in front of you and 3 or 4 on the virtual, it's not gonna be as much of a quality video or anything.
Yeah.
That's what we mean by we don't have what we need to do it all day.
Anybody else? We got a motion and a second. We need to vote.
Let's hear it again. What were they?
It's kind of incomplete.
And move on.
Bring back,
Mike Masters, second. Keith's motion. David started to make one and did not.
Yeah,
bring back failing students after grade.
well, they said that, but then,
I don't think we have a motion on the table. No, neither one of them got a second.
Okay, so,
no, Mr. Masters second, Mr. Irvin, to let the director of schools and staff call in all pre-K 12 students that are failing to report to school in person. And when he stated it, it was on October the 12th,
Whatever the day is, we come back to school.
after fall break.
I mean, we're already notifying the kids that's failing, right? That's what these principals have started doing today.
Well, yeah, they all got grade cards.
Well,
Or will.
well, they will have, but they're failing, so I'm saying they've got to come back to school, they're failing.
Could you say to begin the process?
That's about what we have to do.
Yeah.
Well, okay,
Yeah,
to, or is it,
it'll take a few days.
to process to get the kids back in school?
by the end of that week, the 16th,
Yeah.
we could
I'll
have
say
them back
that.
by Monday the 19th.
Yeah.
Is that fair, Dr. Flannery?
So, I mean, it's a lot, if you look at it as a group, it's a lot, but if you break it down by school, we get it done.
Well, you just tell principals, hey, they're failing, they're not obligating to their contract.
Yeah.
So
So
you want them back on the 19th of October in your
I'll
motion?
put that, I'll
October
put that
19th.
in a motion.
Do we got a second?
I'll second that.
Mr. Masters had second.
Well, I didn't think it was incomplete, okay.
He just
My fault.
edited his motion.
Yeah.
Okay. I was trying to make sure we got clear motion here.
Don't
Okay.
cry, Chad, Lord mercy, we're trying.
Okay, alright, motion second, let's vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
No.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond? Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Folks, I just want to get these kids back to school. I don't know, we gotta get them back, we're gonna lose them.
Alright, moving on, Dr. Flannery.
Board members, you have been provided with digital copies of the 4 energy savings proposals. I will now turn the meeting back over to Chairman Day to lead the discussion of these proposals. I would note that CFO Brad Hale has some financial information for the board's consideration.
Brad, can we see that first? Well, however you want to handle that, so everybody will be alert about, does it show what the savings are per group?
Oh, you're talking about the energy group?
Yeah. Those are under, I think you're gonna hand those out under finance.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so, I just, what I had was just a summary of the 4 groups, so I don't have any additional financial details other than what the summary was.
Okay.
So the one thing when I looked is each group seemed to consistently use an inflation rate of about 3% when they project the savings. Understand that that's only a projection. When I have talked to the Bright Ridge CFO within the last year when we were looking at this before, we came up with more in line around the 2% inflation rate. But, you know, that's open for interpretation as well. So what that would do is the projected savings that you're showing would be less if the inflation rate is not really 3% as we go forward over the next 15 years. So you just got to keep that in mind when you're looking at it. Just glancing at it, it was the Wesco one that had 3 options. Certainly, the numbers looked attractive, and then ESG was the next one. Now, I just had a 2-page summary on ESG. Of course, we went through that about a year ago, but on what I saw, it says they have a cost of $765,000 on this project, $136,000. It says in energy savings at Boone, but the whole cost, interest and all, was around $893,000, and they claim a $2.6 million savings. That throws a real. I'd like to see the real numbers and the details on how that's possible, because that is so far more than the other companies are projecting, it makes me wonder how in the world that's true.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying it's not, I'm just saying all I've got the 2-page paper on it.
Yeah.
I'd like to really see the numbers and how that works, but the Energy Conservation Program gave you 3 options that seem to be, stand out to me. But again, just keep in mind, these projected savings are only projected savings. It's not, it's the rest guess. And again, a 3% inflation factor versus a 2% inflation factor does make a big difference over 15 years. And
I thought they were guaranteed their savings, Brad.
well, with these, I've seen nothing on these that gives
They say
me any type
guarantees.
of details on a guarantee. I know when we talk to ESG, I'm not saying they don't, I've just not seen that information. With ESG, when we talked to them, they did have a projected savings, and they guaranteed up to 90% of that, not 100%. So I'm assuming the other companies would have something similar. I've just not seen that information.
What I'd like to do, if you all are in agreement with it, what I'd like to do is everybody take a minute, make comments, whatever you think for a few minutes. But what my thoughts were, we're not hiring anybody tonight, but we're gonna pick who we're gonna put to bed who we're gonna work with, is what I was hoping we'd do. And then we got a lot of talking and planning to do, I think, over the next little bit before we hire anybody to do anything, when we figure out with Jonesboro and what schools we're keeping and Asbury, all those different things. So I just want to mention that before I don't think we're hiring anybody tonight. Does that sound correct, Dr. Flannery?
That is so.
Yeah.
You're not
You're
signing a
eliminating
contract.
3.
Yeah, we're eliminating 3, we're not signing the contract, so y'all keep that in mind as you go.
Are we gonna have any time at our retreat to discuss this, or is there any time set aside?
I'd like to make a decision tonight. We've kicked this around for 2 years. I mean, I think we ought to at least decide, because here's what I think it boils down to personally for me. Who you trust, who you think you want to work with. All these are showing you their savings, but you got a lot of buildings left to go through. And I think you need to decide who you want to work with and relieve these others from sitting around waiting because they've waited patiently for a while. So. Yeah.
I can swallow what you're saying to a certain extent, Jason, but the argument that I've got is he's sitting over there telling us that he has no idea these savings, how they've come up with his $2.whatever million worth of savings. And if our finance man hasn't seen this, I can't sit here and support any of them till he talks to them and say, how are you coming up with these savings? Where is it at? You know, his savings and their savings. So that's why I'd like to have either hold off on this till the next call meeting or whatever we do, and let Brad figure out where them savings is at. Because he's not been told. All he's looking at is the papers that they've handed him.
That's all we've been looking at. I mean,
Well, and I don't know, I mean, I hear what you're saying. What I'm wondering is, we've had these for 2 months.
Apparently Brad's not had them.
At some point, we need to move on.
But like I said, apparently Brad's not had no kind of paper showing that where the savings is at.
Okay, Mr. Meredith?
Mr. Chairman, if I heard you correctly, I don't know that our decision today, based on the financial numbers, is which one of these companies we're looking at. Because whatever work we do, the savings are gonna be the savings. It's just whoever's projected it. So I think this is like deciding who's going, you got 4 contractors that wanna build you a house and they're all within 10-15% of each other. Which one do you pick?
Right.
It's one that you're gonna be able to work with.
Right. And qualify.
And qualify.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, that was kind of my thinking. So, yes, sir.
My only, I guess, comment would be, looking at the 4 bids, 3 of them is pretty well close. There's one that's just way, something just, to me, I can't swallow that.
Mm-hmm.
That's, you got 4 bids and 3 of them's fairly close and one of them is just half. So there's gotta be something there that is causing that?
Well,
They've got them.
they've done the whole system.
Okay, then we
So
should.
they know a little more probably than everybody
Yeah,
else,
the
in all
three should-
fairness to the
But
other
then we're
three.
not comparing apples to apples.
But the other three didn't wanna do what they did.
Okay, that was for you.
Yeah, and no disrespect to any of the other three, but ESG spent a lot of money to do what they did. Y'all help me if I'm wrong. ESG spent months and months and months to do what they did. We then brought in Siemens, Wesco, and Johnson Controls. In all fairness to them, they you know, they didn't want to spend $50,000-$60,000 to go do every school to get in a bidding war either.
But you don't think ESG will make that up somewhere else?
Yeah, sure do. So will the
But
rest.
then your numbers gonna be the same.
You don't.
I mean,
the
you
thing,
know.
what we're trying to decide, we're never gonna know.
Exactly.
I mean, you know, you're never. I don't know. We're never gonna know what we're trying to
Well,
decide.
Helen, was ESG really in depth what they was gonna do?
Very.
Well, then, I don't mean this, I guess to be mean, but why can't we take that report and do it ourselves? Certain things.
Yeah, my personal opinion, and it doesn't mean a whole lot, but where are you gonna get the money to do it? Because if you do, if you go through
Well, where
them,
we get
they'll
money to do
fund it.
this. Oh,
They'll fund
they're
it.
funding it.
They'll finance it, or they'll county will
Big city or
bond it.
not.
No.
Yeah, they said they would
Who
fund
would?
it.
Washington County, first bond and then school board services.
ESG and Siemens both. I know it.
ESG would not fund it.
Siemens was.
I don't know, you bet, that's, I mean, if that's
Yeah.
what you're going on, you better be sure
Yeah.
about that.
Oh, yeah,
because-
don't double
Because the
check me, but-
capital had to come from somewhere.
Which was the county commission to
Right.
pay the payments.
And the school was gonna make the payments to the county commission to pay the debt service.
But
Because
the
if
bond was the
otherwise-
commission, wasn't it?
Pardon me?
Was the bond from the commission?
The county would issue the bond. If the school didn't pay the bond back, then the county has to borrow it twice.
Does that
Okay.
have to be shared with Johnson City?
That's why they had to borrow it twice.
Okay,
That's
that's what I
exactly
thought.
right.
If we don't pay it back.
If the school system doesn't pay it back.
So,
And
but I think, Mitch, help me, I mean,
Okay.
but to answer his question, we're getting the money from the county
Right. Because you can't borrow it yourself.
at the end of the day. And we don't have the money to do all this stuff. What was our first number, 20 million?
23, 20-something.
20-some million
We started out in the 30s.
to do everything. So that's why I said, we need to just talk about all of our properties before we enter a contract. We just gotta figure out who we're gonna do it with. And we may not do it with them when the time comes.
I was very impressed with ESG, mainly because of the LED lighting they were wanting to replace. Because in these, in both of our high schools, we have no windows, we have a door, and when you flip the switch on, it's all bright fluorescent lighting. And kids cannot stand that, so what they end up having to do is get lamps. They keep those turned off, and they did a great job, I thought, of wanting to replace that and putting a commitment to that, so I was impressed with them.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I just want clarification. You're saying enter discussion, not enter a contract.
Right. And if we come down, we all sit at the table again, like Mr. Irvin wants to, with whoever we choose, then we decide we like what we hear, we don't like what we hear. We're not signing a contract. We still don't have to do anything, but I just think it's not fair to leave everybody hanging out there, you know.
But they're projecting the savings would pay the debt.
That's the whole
All
goal.
the companies.
Yeah.
Budget neutral
Yeah.
this time. That's what we asked for this time.
Yeah.
So what I understand is just because it's on this list doesn't mean we're forced to do it. We can pick and choose what we still want.
They're just saying that everything on this list, Annette, Ms. Buchanan, is gonna be budget neutral. If you do all that, then you have to do all that to get the money to pay for all that. Does that make sense? With your
Okay.
savings.
Well, when ESG was here last time, they said we could just pick and choose what we wanted to do.
Well, this time it was budget neutral, so
Budget
that's the
neutral.
reason they had to pick these items,
Okay.
just so it paid to do those items. That makes sense? The
Yes.
savings
Yes,
paid for it.
It does, but like I said, whenever ESG was here,
Right.
they were
If
telling
we
us
go to
they could
picking
pick
and choosing there, that's gonna change everything to where it's either gonna
That's
cost
what I
more
would have
money
thought, but
or
then
the
they started
savings.
saying, you can pick and choose what you want to do, and I was just like,
You can, but it ain't gonna be budget neutral then.
Whitney, Mr. Riddle.
Mr. Chairman.
So I've read all this stuff thoroughly, and there's a lot, but I guess what it boils down to is dollars and the reputation of the company. ESG has a pretty good reputation. I know you guys had a rough meeting or two with them, it sounded like. But if you dive down into their company, they're pretty good. They're very reputable, well-known. I'd like to make a motion that we enter into discussion with ESG, just into discussion. And then I want them to show us the money, is what you do.
I'd like to say.
Show us how they're gonna do it.
Okay. We got a motion for ESG and a second by Mary Beth, Ms. Dillinger. More discussion,
Just
Dave?
wanted to ask, for Daniel Boone High School project only that they presented, correct?
That's right, that's all this is, from all four. Mr. Urban?
Can I request that Brad be involved in this?
Absolutely.
Also, Brad had something to say.
Well, I was just gonna say, when they claim it's budget neutral with any of it, remember, that's with their projecting, the way they formulate their projections on your savings, that's not a guarantee. Now, they'll have a guarantee that, probably, I'm assuming all of them have a 90% guarantee. Just remember though, if it doesn't, you know, we foot the bill if it doesn't.
10%.
And that's not a reason not to do it. I just want you to, you know, if we get a few years down the road and it doesn't materialize and we have to pull some out of fund balance, that's why. Like I said, they were using, most all of them was using a 3% inflation factor. And again, when I talked to the CFO of Brightridge, even a year ago, quite in depth about when we was looking at ESG, it's really about 2%, what the average increase was. That's not to say that one year there wasn't a spike of 5 and then one year there was no increase, but I'm just saying when they increase that inflation factor, those projections look a lot better than they might actually be. That's what I'm saying. And I'm not saying that's a reason not to do this at all. I'm just saying keep that in mind as we look at numbers.
Mr. Haley, also recall that they were using a higher cost of borrowing on our bond rate than we could actually get from the county.
That's correct. They started saying that, you know, using that, at that time, I wanted to say it was a 2% loan factor, and really when we talked with Mitch, the gentleman out of Nashville, it was really more like a 2.2 to a 2.45 range, meaning in their projections, they were saying we could get a lower interest rate than we really could. And that doesn't sound like much, but when you're talking a 0.2 of 1% rate over a 15-year term, that means a lot. So there's just ways to massage those numbers to make them look good, and they may end up that way, they may not.
Bond rates are better now, though. I mean, they're a lot, they're lower than they were when we.
Probably closer to that
So-
2 now,
So
anyway.
that's good.
All right, anybody else? We got a motion second, any more discussion? Okay, let's roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
No.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan?
No.
Ms. Dillinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
You did.
All right. Passes, ESG,
Almost done.
we're halfway.
Yes.
All right. Dr. Flannery, we're other.
We're on,
The interlocal agreement.
you know, I don't have any other.
Okay, good. Interlocal agreement with
I'm going
Jonesboro
to-
School.
Let me kick it off, but I'd like Attorney Bennett to walk you through this. In fact, Bennett, why don't you just go ahead and walk us through this?
Sure. So all of y'all will recall, well, actually, forgive me, I say all of y'all, Mr. Masters and Mr. Riddle, y'all are new with this issue. So back in a year ago, the town came up with a very creative plan for financing the construction of the Jonesboro School. And the basis was that the town was eligible for certain grant dollars that the county and the board couldn't get. These grant dollars were going to enable the town at a very low cost to purchase some property and improve that property to construct the school. We entered into a 3-way agreement, an interlocal agreement with the county and the town, pursuant to which the property would be developed. It spelled out ownership and control. And as it concerns us, and in this particular agreement, the property at the end of the loan period will be transferred to the county will transfer it to us. As it turns out, one of the conditions of the USDA grant program is that it cannot be used in anticipation of some sort of later transfer. And because there's an explicit term in the arrangement between the town and the county, the USDA in Washington DC actually said this doesn't comply with our rules. So they have asked the town and the county to go back and take out the language in the lease agreements and in the interlocal agreement that talks about a transfer of the properties. The county, I believe, ratified this the other evening. The town's already approved it. They need our approval because since it's a three-way interlocal agreement, all three of us have to sign off on it. It doesn't ultimately affect our interest in the property at all because it is understood in the lease that we are an intended beneficiary. It's understood in the lease that we will be using the property as a school. And so I'm not concerned about this change.
Scott,
Go ahead.
are they, I mean, I understand what you're saying, that for us to cover ourselves, are there anything that we could go in there and say at the end of the 20 years that we have an agreement with Jonesboro and the county and ourselves for that school?
If you're asking the question, can we figure out some way to work around the federal regulations about this? We can't. Now, what the town and the county have worked out is a side agreement where if the town decides to transfer the property, then the county has to accept it. And the town basically has no interest in operating a property this size. I mean, financially it couldn't. It depends on the county to do that. So there's a financial incentive for the town to go ahead with this, first of all. Second of all, it's a school. What are they going to do with it if not operate it as a school?
All right, so let me ask this. In 20 years down the road, what could stop Jonesboro from being another school system in Washington County?
Well, so right now, because it would be operated as a county school, there's actually a statute that provides that the title of all county school buildings is held in the name of the county school board. So, to be perfectly technical about this, even though the county's going to have a long-term lease, if we're using it as a school, it's ours. So yeah, TCA 49-6, 2004, the custody of all school property shall be with the County Board of Education. There's no question that this property is going to be used as a county school, right? So I understand what you're saying, Mr. Urban, and in fact, that was the reason that I had wanted to put in the original interlocal agreement that when the county got it, they would transfer the property to us as quickly as they could. But that was sort of belt and suspenders. I'm really not worried about anybody pulling a fast one on us, simply because I think the law as it exists already protects us, number one. That's the thing. I'm not worried because the law already protects us. But number two, and I can't stress this enough, if we don't go along with this, the USDA does not approve the loan, and this comes to a grinding halt.
Mr. Fleener.
I'd like to make a motion, we enter into the interlocal agreement with the revisions that have been made.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, any more discussion?
I do.
Yes, sir.
Scott, one question I have.
Yes, sir.
20 years from now, none of us is probably going to be here in this seat, if you will.
Sure.
And I know the USDA grants, what you're saying, I understand what it says. In 20 years from now, what will supersede, this lease or the grant? Since the lease states that it will be transferred.
Great. So that's a great question. So once the grant is up, once the town pays back the grant, the town can do with whatever it wants.
Okay.
And as you pointed out, the language of the agreement between the town and the county requires the county to accept the title of the property. So I think we're covered.
Okay.
Any more discussion? Roll call vote, Jennifer?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond? Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes. Very good. Committee reports. Athletic committee report.
Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Scott. Don't leave.
You muted.
You muted you.
Oh, I'm sure, I'll stick around here because I'm sure something's gonna come up.
Should be done another 10 minutes, Scott.
Yeah.
It's getting safe. We are getting close.
Athletic report is in the BOE Connect. Do I need to read it? Does everybody have a chance to look at it?
Good.
If we're good, then I move for approval of the report.
Second. We need to vote on that word.
Yes,
We
roll
need,
call.
roll call vote, please, on
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Okay, out of the committee, Mr. Good and Mr. Kite presented a request to increase wages for extracurricular support, which means gate workers, ticket booth workers, which is, they're actually making $10.83 per hour now, to increase that to $13 on all high school extracurricular events. And to note this, the funds would come out of the athletic department account. I put that in form of a motion.
Second. Oh, wait, he has to read the whole report, then approve the report, sorry.
Oh, he's already done.
Report.
Yes, you already approved it.
You did say high school only.
High school
Clarification.
only, yes.
I had a question. I was watching the other night and I was curious who they get. Do they get employees?
Employees, yes.
Oh, it has to be, okay.
And I don't know if it has to be, that's,
It doesn't have to.
okay. But they do use employees there.
I was not sure, I couldn't really hear, Josh and Danny that well, but are they hiring people to help at the football games?
Gate workers?
To do, well, no, to do extra checking of masks, they're not.
No, it's all being done from in-house, from the
Okay,
games I've been there.
All
The only
right.
thing outside of that is SROs,
okay.
Is the nurses checking temperatures? Who's checking temperatures?
the employees at the gate.
So the people that we're talking about funding right
Yes,
here?
yes.
Okay.
Okay, no more questions, roll call vote?
Mr. Masters?
Abstain.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yeah.
FYI, I abstain because my wife is one of the gate workers. And I didn't want to vote for her raise. So, Mr. Riddle made a motion for 50% for all fall sports events in the school system be recommended starting since I think the governor
Capacity.
passed it. So rather than 1/3 capacity, we want to go to 50% capacity, I guess, starting immediately. I put that in form of a motion.
Second. Question, sir.
Yes, sir.
Just in case you didn't look over here.
No, I would, yeah.
Bill Lee, Governor Bill Lee's new directions since the athletic committee meeting. Do we even need to do this?
Always good to have board approval.
I know, but he's done away with those requirements of
See,
size requirements.
executive orders for school boards are advisory, they're not binding. You guys run school system.
And this recommendation of 1/3, I think, comes from TWSAA,
That's right.
not from the governor.
Okay.
Is that correct?
That was part of their thing.
That was part of,
TWSAA hasn't issued any new guidelines in a long time. This is the governor lead thing.
no, I mean, the 1/3.
The 1/3 was the TWSAA.
We were just going by their guidelines.
It was, and the TWSAA said repeatedly they're gonna go hand in glove with the governor, so you're good, you're good. This is the right move.
Re-say that, Chad. The governor done what?
He done away with all the numbers, you know, as far as crowd numbers or whatever.
About the full capacity.
Yeah, back to full capacity.
When did he do that?
It's bad.
Yes,
Wednesday.
or 2 days.
Wednesday.
2 days ago? All right, I'm gonna amend his motion and let's go
Or yesterday. No,
full throttle.
You want to school full throttle?
No, he's talking about capacity of the
Capacity.
extracurricular.
Well, I know, but then that gave me that look, and I said, we're going to school full throttle.
That's right.
What's the difference?
Well, some days watch it virtual.
If we want to.
I make the motion that we, instead of 50%, we go 100%.
Amendment to the motion.
Amendment to the motion.
I second that.
The amendment, Mary Beth, is that we're gonna go 100% to all extracurricular activities. Football games, plays,
I mean,
anything.
it's, if they wanna come, they can come. If they
Yeah.
don't, they can stay home.
In the committee report, in the committee discussion, we asked for 50. And then Governor Lee took all restrictions off the gatherings after the meeting or during the meeting. So
You
what
want
Keith
top
is saying,
again?
since there's no regulations on gathering now, rather than go 50, go 100%.
So isn't that what got Crockett though involved, a problem with the, TWSAA, or is that?
What I
something-
understood the problem was supposedly, they did not check all temperatures and they was not wearing masks and they was social distance.
They sent that letter, according to the athletic committee, Mr. Chairman, they sent that letter to anybody that complained. They went ahead and mailed him that letter from TWSAA.
And that one.
So, have we checked with the high school principals if they feel comfortable with it?
Have not, this was only discussed with the ADs.
I'm not talking about 50%, I'm talking about 100%.
Both, I'm speaking of both. We did not bring that up with them either.
So, can we leave that up to the principals? Because they're the ones that are gonna have to deal with it,
What are they gonna deal with?
the people.
But I mean, if we go 100%, I'm not following you.
Well, we still have a mask mandate in Washington County according to,
Correct.
instead of
Wear a
mask.
mask. If they feel choose to wear a mask, they wear a mask.
I mean, we've talked about that. I mean, I'm listening, I hear you, but. All right, we got a motion, second, any more discussion? Oh, you're running this, not me?
No.
Am I? Okay.
So the motion
Mr.
says
Chairman?
what?
Yes, sir.
100%?
I really hate to put the brakes on something, but do you have any idea what your local health department thinks about this?
I do,
Dr. Flannery does.
yeah. They will.
Well, before he shares that, I understand exactly what the governor said, but the concern that I think we all have right now is that because the General Assembly did not give y'all true immunity, despite the fact that we asked for it, what they basically did is they put you in a box where you have no choice but to follow the most conservative standard. And my apprehension would be if you, I mean, again, I know what the governor did, but if we don't have a clear understanding what the health department thinks about that, I might be a little reluctant just because we can't unring the bell. If you go to 100% tonight, and then 2 weeks from now at the retreat, you think that it's going to be real hard to go back to 75% or 50%. It's a whole lot easier to open the gate than to get the gate back closed. So I would encourage you maybe to think about this a little bit.
Mr. Bennett, let me just, the Washington County Health Department is one of the 98 or so that are governed by the state. Sullivan County's separate. I'm not sure what Hamilton County is, but I would suspect that the health department would follow the governor's guidelines.
Well, so the governor's guidelines aren't necessarily the health department's position on what's prudent. That's what I'm saying. There is a difference between what the governor may decide from Nashville is a good decision versus what your health department officials may say is prudent. Now, it may be that the health department says, you know what, we got this fixed. Don't worry about it. Let everybody in. But if you don't know what their position is on this, I might go a little slower. And yes, Mr. Mayor, you're right. The 89 counties that are governed by the states, they may not have their own separate policy, but I guarantee you, your medical director has an opinion. And it would be wise to ask him what that opinion is, I think.
Noted.
May I ask, like, what they're gonna do at, say, UT? They're still 30%, or since he's done what he's done, can the universities up there?
I don't think they'll change it.
No, what I read this morning, they're 30%.
Okay, well, I'm just asking, I'm just, because, you know, we're outside.
See, I was going to ask you what the health department says.
1,500 kids to 2,000
But
kids.
not everyone's outside. I mean, the volleyball's not outside.
You ready?
Well, this is fall sports stuff,
Mr. Bennett, we're gonna ask Ms. Wagner, about the health department guidelines, if that's okay.
We've not asked them specifically this question, but their recommendations are masks need to be worn, whether there's a mandate or not, and that we need to continue to socially distance. Right now, the curve is flattening, but it is not declining, and they're expecting an increase.
Okay. Thank
I got
you.
a thing
Did you hear that, Mr. Bennett?
I did not. And at the end of the day, y'all can do whatever seems prudent to y'all. I just think that it behooves you to ask what your local authorities think is a good idea. If they say 100%, you know what, that's great, good.
It doesn't apply.
Do what?
I've got a memo here from Bernard Childress, TSSAA's Executive Director, and it's dated today. And it says, we have received several inquiries about the Governor's Executive Order 63, which was released September the 29th. The main question has been asked is how this affects crowd sizes at athletic events. Our office has been in contact with the Governor's office, and we have been told that the Governor's Order number 63 does not pertain to athletics. All schools are required to continue following the TSSAA regulation and protocol in all sports. Each school's crowd size limitation in order to promote social distancing should continue, along with mask requirements and temperature checks at practices and contests.
Okay, so.
Nothing changed.
Well, so that goes all the way back to the 50% rule.
Goes back to 1/3.
Goes back to 1/3 rule.
So we don't do anything.
We can't do
We
anything.
don't do anything.
Okay, we got our answer there. So now we got a motion and a second amendment, and we need to back all that off.
We just need to vote.
No matter if you vote.
I withdraw my motion.
Okay,
I withdraw their motion.
for the
I withdraw
amendment.
my second.
Second,
Withdraw the.
who was your second?
I was Mike's second.
So we're staying at 30%?
We're
Third,
standing
1/3.
1/3. Okay.
Okay, I've got some handouts for you. Let me read the motion first, and Mr. Good made a motion for us to use the Pepsi account money to replace Lamar Elementary School Board. Mr. Kite moved to amend that motion to replace all school board, all the school board that do not have LED boards. And I think that form of promotion, form of a motion.
Mr. Patrick still with us? Second, and I'd like to
Okay.
ask a question, sir.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Patrick still with us?
Yeah. Mr. Patrick?
Wake up, Mr. Patrick.
Clear the bottles.
He probably had the same problem I did. He probably was muted.
There he is.
There you go.
There, my man.
Mr. Patrick,
Yes,
how many of them school boards are in not working condition? Just Lamar's?
I'm not aware of Lamar's not working condition.
It doesn't have lights in it, or very few bulbs.
Well, that may be the case, but I was not made aware of it.
Chad, basically what here's what brought all this up. Lamar Scoreboard has, I think it's working, but not full potential. They cannot order parts for that, is the reason why this come up. So, you know, our discussion was, you will use there, of course, was to replace all these scoreboards that's not LED because of this problem.
Yeah.
And then what you have in front of you is the north and south side, it's not LED. Third page is BSN's, the cost of the scoreboards. And the last page is the installation of these scoreboards. The reason why we got the estimate on the installation of it is because there's so many, and Mr. Patrick, there's just no way his team can get all these installed in a timely manner. And just so you know, the use of the Pepsi account money would come off first, which is roughly, I think they said 5,000 or 6,000.
Pepsi money is $5,000.
5, 6, something like that.
It's 5,000, and we've still got it. We've still got it to spend this year.
So that means we have
65,000 to replace them all.
Fund balance.
Yes.
Out of fund balance.
Yeah.
Was this part of the buy board? BSN?
Yes, it's contracted price, yes, sir. No bids.
Anybody else? Anybody?
Are we speaking of all the scoreboards that would be inside the gymnasiums and ones on the outside of
Yes,
the
all the
athletic field?
All the ones, Mr. Patrick, that is not LED. I think there's a total of 12,
17.
17, I'm sorry.
According to this, the quote on Foster signs.
Yes.
Says remove 17, put them in, remove 7, and put them in.
Yeah, 17 total.
Really?
No, I didn't think it's a bad price for what it is.
Yeah, because we thought it was 6,000 per.
Per.
All right.
I'll just say, what you'll see in the budget amendment, if you approve this, is the line item number in revenue that we use to pull from fund balance, 39,390,000, where it now says 3,440,000, which is what you budgeted to pull from fund balance. We'll be adding about 66,000 of that, because we've got 5,000 in revenue that comes. So just, that's what you all will see on the next budget amendment. That'll be pushed up to 3,500,000 and 5,000 approximately. So that's the way it would work if you approve it.
Mr. Fleener.
Well, Mr. Hale, if we said, you know, the board travel and done away with all professional development travel, could we not take it out of that budget? I know it'd still be moving it around, but it wouldn't be adding to the fund balance pool.
You could tell me to do it that way, and I would amend the budget accordingly. When we did that, that would just lower the threshold for funds available there, which we may not need this year.
So do I need to make an amendment to this motion to actually putting wording that it needs to come out of the travel for professional development and board travel?
You could say it could be professional development or travel, whichever is appropriate, and that would give me the leniency to pull it out of either one, whichever works.
I mean,
And that would
That's what I had.
be very doable this year.
Yes, Chad.
third
Mr.
time.
Fleener.
Will you please let me have an amendment on this motion then?
Would love one.
To pull the money from professional development travel and board travel, whatever it takes to get this 66, 70, we're on 77, but, or 71, but anyway, with $5,000 taken out of it. But can we take that out of the professional development travel and board travel? The funds needed?
I second that.
Okay, any more discussion?
One comment. We heard from Mr. Patrick that he didn't know there was a problem with one of the boards. I'm kind of a little concerned that there's a disconnect between our maintenance folks and our athletic directors. So, you know, I wish this had come to us from the administration as a whole, not from one piece or the other, so.
Okay. Vote on the amendment. Roll call vote on the amendment, Jennifer?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Yes.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
No.
Mr. Day?
Yes. Now, roll call vote on the motion.
And I
With the
need a
amendment.
motion, please,
Purchase these boards.
for six.
The motion was to purchase all boards, that's not LED.
And that's how much?
It's 72,000. 5,000 of that will be paid through Pepsi funds, the first 5, and the rest will be paid with professional development.
Now,
Does this not have to be bid out?
It's
It's
by
one
board.
by
It's
board.
by board.
It's by board.
Yes, better, better.
I did not realize they were on
Okay.
board.
all right. Roll call vote, Jennifer?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
No.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
That's all I have, sir.
Okay, moving on, Facilities Committee.
Okay, the Facilities Committee report is on BOE, and I make a motion to approve the report.
Second.
Any discussion? Could I have a roll call vote, please?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Okay, we had a motion Mr. Fleener made that we obtain an estimate from 2 architects and 2 civil engineers to examine the structural integrity of the bleachers and for them to determine an estimate for bleacher replacement at the football stadiums at Daniel Boone High and David Crockett High School. Ms. Buchanan seconded that motion.
Second. He put that form of motion up second.
Are we discussing it now?
Yeah.
Discussion.
Oh, go ahead, Mike. Mr. Masters, I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I guess follow protocol. I'd like to do an amendment to that motion.
Oh,
Chad.
well,
Do that, Chad.
What I'd like to do is, rather than getting both of them looked at, I'd like to do the worst one, which I don't know if it's Boone or Crockett, get that evaluated first, and then whatever the consensus is, move forward from there. Then the following year, or whenever funds are available, if we have to replace them, then do the next one. That way, we're not hitting the county commission with a big price tag all at one time, since we got Jonesboro going on and some other projects.
I like, that's kind of where I was going. I think it'll be better in the long run.
I'd second that.
All right. Oh, Mr. Fleener?
Mr. Patrick,
Yes, sir.
which one's in worse shape? Your opinion, professional opinion?
That's a tough one. They were both built, in 1971, 72. So, and they both had the same, maintenance practices over those years, including reinforcing walls put in underneath. To be honest, they're both in about the same condition, I think, and they're both in the same need.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I couldn't be more specific and give you a true answer, but that's where I am on it.
Okay. Any more discussion? I got something. Obviously, we gotta pick one, or is that to vote about? Does anybody wanna make a motion on which one we?
I'll pick Danny Boone. I'll just throw it out there.
You already have,
Amendment then.
you have, yeah.
Should be an amendment to the motion
That's
too.
what it was. If that's what we need, yes.
Can we get a second on the amendment?
You already have an amendment on the floor.
Can we get another amendment?
That's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is another amendment.
So this is an amendment, number 2,
Correct.
to do Daniel Boone. Evaluate Daniel Boone first.
Evaluate
Just
Danny Boone
move.
first.
That's the problem.
Okay.
Second that.
Okay. Discussion?
What we gonna do when they say it's condemned?
That's one reason I don't want to do them both at the same time.
Well, I understand that, but, you know,
Then we just have to go to the commission and tell them.
well, you know,
If you want them fixed, you said they've been on the list.
you got Jonesboro School, you got ESG.
We really want to do it all, Steve.
Well, money, I don't think money's gonna be unless they come up with a tax increase or something.
All I can say is no.
Well, but if they condemn it, we're up the creek.
Well, that's the
We were
chance
up
we gotta take. You want to get off that list, don't you?
Well, you know,
How long's it been on that list? I'm
it's
just
been on
curious.
there. Well, I know how long it's been on there.
10
I was
years?
wanting to put it on there,
10 years?
but it always moves down the list. And we play football every Friday night, starting in September.
Call for question.
All right, any more questions, any more discussion? Roll call
If
vote.
I may,
Mr. Patrick.
Go ahead, sir.
you know, I think the board is aware of concerns over the two athletic, the stadiums. And, I think now's the time to, evaluate both of them. If you have concerns, you need to address them, I think.
Well, I'd say.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Question's been called for.
Roll call vote, Jennifer.
On the second amendment, everybody understand that?
Which
For
is Daniel Boone.
Mr. Irvin?
No.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
No.
Mr. Fleener?
No, ma'am.
Ms. Buchanan?
No.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes. All right, now,
No, the other
the
amendment.
first,
Amendment as amended.
the amendment as amended,
Yeah,
Correct.
which is,
that you focus on one stadium and that it will be Daniel Boone High School.
We already did that.
No, we
just
don't.
picked the
We
school.
just did.
Well, that is the amendment as amended.
Right.
yeah.
First, the second amendment was to pick a school. Now, this is to evaluate Danny Boone.
Precisely.
Okay.
Roll call vote, Jennifer.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
No.
Ms. Buchanan?
No.
Ms. Dellinger?
No.
Mr. Fleener?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Now the motion.
Now the motion,
As amended,
as amended.
Which is to do a study, we get two contractors and two
Architect.
architects.
Evaluate.
Okay.
For
One
bleacher
state.
replacements, just for bleacher replacements is what you're looking at.
Yeah.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
No.
Ms. Buchanan?
No.
Ms. Dellinger? Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond? Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes. Okay.
That's all,
Now,
that's all we have. Yes, sir.
while we're still in facilities, I'd asked in the board, in the committee meeting, to have a list of problems that had been through on the work orders and had submitted by tonight. I've not seen that list.
Boon
It
Creek.
is ready to upload right now.
Okay.
It's,
Can I
it's
share
lengthy.
this with you?
So we've got a good punch list on Boone Creek. Is that what this is?
It's, what you're gonna see is strings of emails and work orders, and it's pushing 100 pages.
Come on.
Okay.
Well, Lord, we should have looked at that while everybody was in the room, shouldn't we?
It's coming. It's loading.
I didn't remember it till I read these notes.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I don't know if this is time or place to do it. Could I just ask that Dr. Flannery, within, maybe by the next facilities committee meeting, contact the Boone Creek administration, see where we are on the playground equipment that was donated, what the shortfall is on having it set up? Because with full in-school return, we're gonna need to get those kids outdoors as much as possible.
Well, I'm sorry.
Which one do we start with?
Yes, sir, Mr.
The last we'd asked is to see if we could get some bids on putting that in.
For some reason, the number 50,000 springs to mind. That's what the installation.
What happens if we close our eyes and one day we drive out there and all of a sudden it appears?
I don't know, it's never happened before.
Let me know if you see it.
We'll be part of it.
That's broken, this is broken down into 3 different groups. One is from the new work order system, which he has pulled out right now. One group is from the old tracking system, and one group is from emails.
Now, just by looking at this list right here, how do I know if that's been completed?
Mr. Patrick,
Sir?
on this list we're looking at,
With the new work.
with the new work, I'm gonna ask Chad's question for him, and then I got another one. He's asking, how does he know what's been completed? And then my question is, I can't see it great, but do you know which part of this is warranty work and which part of this is just daily maintenance?
Well, yeah, that'll be a difficult question to answer, but, let me say that, you know, what you are looking at in this long stack of, emails, work orders on 2 different work order systems where we actually changed our work order system in the middle of this. A lot of these things have been taken care of. The majority of these issues have been taken care of. Emails are super long because I would get a note from the administration at Boone Creek, and I would send one of our people out to evaluate it to see if it was actually something we needed to take care of or if it was a warranty item. And if it was determined a warranty item, then I would contact the contractor, and he would, of course, respond to that with the appropriate trade to go address it. So it is, it's been a long process, but it's been a good process, I must say. The contractor has responded with all the items I've requested. Some of the issues we've had, of course, is the flooring situation we're dealing with. We've got some combination lock issues on the locker rooms. But as far as roof leaks go, and we had a real issue with faucets in the gang bathrooms that were, they would actually come loose. They addressed that and got that fixed satisfactorily. It's it's working really well now. With a couple of roof leaks we've had where, just some eaves and some transitions and some roofing situations were a problem. They address those. I mean, they send men up into the roof system and, so, it's just, these things really in depth and you have to actually cover your tracks and be sure you document what we've done here. Unfortunately, I haven't had the time or the ability to sit down and follow through these one by one and determine and tell you exactly which ones have been taken care of and which ones are not. But, that's where we are.
Mr. Flynn.
I hate to bring this up again though, Philip, but how do we know what is still out there to be done then, and what have we given Mr. Burleson and those folks? Did we have we give them a list of what's not been completed? Because if you don't know what's been completed, then how do we know that we're telling them what's still out there to work on besides the floor? I don't think the floor is the only problem we have out there, from what I understand.
Right, and I understand what you're saying, and from my understanding, maybe the locks in the locker rooms, the combination locks on the lockers in the locker rooms, the floor issue, those are a couple of things, and of course the humidity issue goes along with the whole thing we're talking about with the flooring, but they may be the only ones.
And will this be uploaded to BOE Connect so we can look at it at our leisure? Is that how we can see it?
Or email it to us or something.
I bet it's.
As I say, I can share it with you in Google, because it is pretty large.
Okay.
Yeah, if you don't mind, 'cause I would like to look through it when you've got time. There's a lot of information in there. See how old some of the stuff is. And,
Yep. Thank you.
Anything else? Facilities?
See it?
That's it, sir.
I just had a note from Jordan, principal out at Boon Creek. I said, what will it cost to install the playground equipment? And she said 150 to 200,000, maybe more. They've had one bid out of Atlanta. We are looking into other bids.
150,000?
150 to 200,000.
That's what's.
I need to get a playground.
Sounds like that's a job for Jason Day Construction.
You probably charge more than that.
You got any CTE programs that work on that?
If you do that, you void your warranty, you take on all liability.
We've got to get that put up, or however we do it, somehow, some way, it's got to be put up. I mean, they can go out there and play in the mud puddle at the moment, that's about it.
Where is the equipment now? Is it stored there?
It's stored, but I don't know where.
Church Hill is where most of it's stored.
Where is it?
Church Hill. Hawkins County.
Anything else? Anybody else? Good.
On the subject of playground equipment, just a curious question. Are kids allowed to use it now, or is it off limits?
They will be, when you bring them back, and they're 100%, there's no reason not to.
So they can probably sanitize their hands before and after, I assume.
The plan is let them wash their hands before, wash their hands after. If you're gonna bring them back at 100%, there's not much point, not letting them play on road. At this point, it's our limits.
That would be, okay, thank you.
And that, one other question, Dr. Flannery. I mean, there's no way we can social distance. Is that something you're gonna
You can't
take
get
out?
100%, there's no social.
That's right.
It really hadn't been anyway, 50%. We just
Well, that's
did
true,
that.
that's true.
We've
Okay.
done the best we can, and so far,
It's,
good.
so the only thing left in mandate is mask, basically.
Right.
Okay.
And you say it out publicly, I think I heard you say the social distancing.
No, I'm sorry,
When we go
Chad.
back to 100% will not be,
There's no way.
Right.
There's no way. And really
I mean-
wasn't at 50.
but we're throwing that out here for everybody.
Yes.
I mean,
The only thing left, I guess, is the mandate's the mask.
yes, sir.
All right, we ready for finance?
Ready?
Yes, sir. Mitch, I think Brad does have something to hand out
He does.
with that, so whenever,
Yeah,
however y'all want
go
to do
ahead,
it.
we'll get to it in a minute. Yeah, I mean, go ahead and hand it out, that's fine, and then, because it'll be just a second before we get there. We met, September, when did we meet? We met September 28th, a couple of days ago. We want to thank Brad, Mr. Hale, for, he found out on Friday that we were meeting on Monday and was able to pull all the information together. Normally, the finance committee used to meet on the day of the board meeting, and we wanted to move that away from the board meeting day a little bit, so to give him time to get stuff together. I'm not gonna read the report. Hopefully, it's been in BOE Connect for a while, so y'all can see that. Thank you.
Thank you,
Did you
Brad.
make that sheet too? Or it's on the screen?
Second, or, lost you.
Brad, I'm right here.
Oh. Yes, ma'am. I made a motion for the report, didn't I?
Oh, I will.
I thought you did.
No, I haven't yet. So, I'm not gonna read it, but you all had a chance to look at it, so I would make a motion to, that the, board accept this report for the month of August.
I'd like to second that.
Thank you.
Who's shaking that thing?
Anybody wanna make a amendment?
Roll call vote, please.
Amendment?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dillinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
There's a couple things, what I'm gonna do is go through just the things that, the committee made motions on and we're bringing to the full board for consideration. The first, of course, is the acceptance of the August general fund financial statements. Make a motion that we accept, and if anybody has any questions, I'm sure Mr. Hale would be glad to answer them.
Second.
I'm sorry, roll call vote.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Ms. Dillinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes. We had a motion in the general fund to actually make a slight change to the allocation of the science class supplies. And Brad, I don't know, there's $24,000 that that we budgeted for classroom supplies for our science class. The discussion was allocating those dollars really based on student enrollment in science classes. And so, Brad, I think you've got a schedule that shows how that impacts everybody. Our motion in the meeting was to, and I may have been confused about it, and others in the finance committee may have been too, is that my understanding was we were putting $12,000 each into each of the high school science classes. But that's not actually the case. We historically split $12,000 between Boone and Crockett, that's $6,000 each, and then the other $12,000 split between the, I guess, 5 through 8, maybe?
That's correct. The other science classes throughout the K through 8 system.
So the motion that we actually came out of the finance committee was to allocate it based on enrollment in the classes. Well, what that ended up doing, Brad, what is it, top 2 lines? Why don't you show me what it does to the high schools?
Are you able to enlarge it a little bit more, Heath? What it did is the high schools were allocated $12,000 last year, so when you include all the science students with all the applicable grades with the students that qualify, you can see Daniel Boone and Crockett actually get a reduction of $2,300 combined, so they would not get $12,000 as they did last year if you allocated strictly on enrollment size based on science. So So what I did, so the top is as the motion was approved in Finance Committee. If you approve the motion as it is in Finance Committee, that's what happens. And you can see FY20 funds spent. So I went through there and got the actual, what each school spent, literally. And you can see that FY20 funds spent column. And then the far right column, variance from prior year, is the effect. So all of them's pretty, somewhat close, other than the high schools. And then, of course, it does make Jonesboro, the middle school was one that would get $1,200 more than they actually spent the prior year, shows the spend. So what I did on the bottom was just give another option. You can either keep the way the motion was done, and that's what happens. So if you go to the bottom half of the screen, what this is it just busted it out with the high schools getting 12,000 and then 12,000 going to the K-8s. So it just separated the enrollment out. So if you do that, you can see Crockett has a few more students, so they would get 52% of the 12,000. Boone gets 48 based on the current enrollment right now. And that keeps them very close. You can see the high schools, Boone would get $138 left, Crockett gets $280 more. So very close, to no effect really on the high schools. The same thing applied to the K-8 schools. And you can see the variance on the far right side, which is compared to what they would get this year based on their percentage of student enrollment for K-8 for the applicable science classes. And then the effects on that on the far right side, which is pretty tight there, the biggest variance being Grandview and then Westview would be the two with the biggest variance like that. But no huge differences, so it's up to you as the board. Keep it as it is up top, or you have another option there. Or you can keep it as it is last year. It's up to whatever y'all want to do.
Did you put that in form of a motion?
I haven't made a motion yet on that, so, I mean, because I was the Finance Committee, I wanted to be sure that you all understood what was transpiring from what we did the other day. So.
Yeah, after Dr. Keys and I spoke, the high school really needs to go back to the way they were doing it, because she allocates the money the way it needs to be allocated for the APs and all those things. But I think the K-8 schools, I think it's certainly fair.
Well, and that second option would allow the high schools to maintain that 12,000, so that would accomplish, I believe, what.
But, just to give Dr. Keys the 12,000 and let her allocate it the way it needs to be allocated, due to the fact there are certain things that these AP classes in science have to do. They have to have that money because they have to do that experiment.
So my question is do we even need to do anything? That's why I haven't submitted this as a motion, because.
Well, can we ask?
I mean, if you leave it as it is, then I understand both the high schools get $6,000, or however Dr. Keys allocates.
So is Ms. Hayes in charge of allocating the science money for?
That's correct. For the K-8 applicable science classes, that would be Ms. Hayes.
Okay, so I just think we leave it alone.
Question.
So, I mean, unless one of the Finance Committee members wants to make a motion to do something, I'm not gonna make a motion.
I'd like to know where we're failing at.
I mean, can I do that?
We just made a recommendation, as chairman, you're obligated to bring that up.
All right, I'll make the motion that we allocate it based on the second schedule.
Can
and then it can die for lack of a second.
Second. Or not.
Well, I mean, before you put a motion on the table, I'd like to know from the two women sitting over there where we're failing at. Are we failing in K-5 science, K-8 science, or are we failing in high school? Where is the best place to put the whole $24,000? You see what I'm saying? I mean,
step on Cindy's toes, but I will fight for the high schools all day long because they have to do chemistry experiments, they do dissections, they have intense labs, and without this money, they're not doing any of those things. This buys the chemicals for chemistry and dissection animals.
okay, I understand that. So, what are we doing in the 8th grade, in the 7th grade, or in the 6th grade that's more into science? Should we put more money in them 6th, 7th, and 8th grade versus K through 4 or K through 5.
We haven't had test scores in 2 years, it's hard to tell.
Well, I mean, that's right, Bill, I mean, I understand that, so I wanna put it where it needs to be.
Mr. Fleener.
Reason I wanted to do this for the science, or my thought was, is because of how we do art. And, you know, or related arts, let's just say related arts. Everybody gets $400, related art teachers, is that correct?
Yes.
Everybody gets $400. Well, just like that right there. Fall Branch has got 55, Boon Creek's got 204. Jonesburg's got 196. So you got 4 times the people at them 2 schools than you do Fall Branch essentially. But just like in the related arts, everybody got $400. So at Westview, or not Westview, South Central, you got $2 a head.
I understand
Well,
that. And
at Boone Creek, you got 50 cents a head.
Yeah, that's right.
And they both got to go the same distance.
But
they ain't gonna happen.
But what I'm saying is, let the administration put the money where it needs to be.
I just want it to be equitable. I'm not saying it doesn't go where it needs to be. You look right here, and it's still within range of what they spent last year. But I want it to be equitable.
We got a motion second. Any more discussion?
Can you read the motion one more time, please?
To allocate the funds based on the schedule on the screen.
Which is option 2.
Yes.
Option 2.
And if we don't vote for it, it goes back to the original
However you
unchanged,
do it
correct?
now. Well, however we're doing it now, it's just not,
Correct.
it's not a.
How you doing it now?
And what Chad's saying is, we're not doing it right.
I just don't think we're doing it equitable in the K through 8. Now, I didn't realize till after our meeting that 12,000 went to the high schools, which is split between the 2, which there's more needs because they've got the AP classes and some of the chemistry classes that the middle schools don't. It's just not equitable as far as the student count in the K through 8.
Well, I am a little confused about that. Why would that be? Why would we be doing that in the first place?
But
They
it looks
just
to
not
me
called
like
it, or
it's
what?
I mean, it looks pretty equitable as we come down through there. I mean, it's just they've asked for what they need and. with
Well,
this
I don't know
budget-
that you can trust that number, like Boone Creek Elementary. I would assume all that's new. The reason they went over. I don't know.
Dr. Flanagan, do you have any input on that?
You know, I was always the high school guy, and I said, Carla, here's your chunk of money, divide it up how you wanted to, and she
Yeah.
did, so I never tracked it.
Okay.
I know it went to 7th and 8th grade and no lower. It was 7 through 12 science investment. And I believe, if you'll go back in the minutes, that was by board action, 7
Yeah.
through 12.
And those numbers reflect 7 through 12. I didn't note it on the sheet, but those numbers are just 7 through 12 numbers.
Yes, say it one more time. Yes votes for,
Yes votes for what we see, and a no vote, we go back like it was. Right?
That's what I would, I mean, yeah, we haven't changed anything. If the motion fails, then we're, you know,
Vote on the other motion.
what other motion?
Finance.
Well,
Or yes, you have to.
We did the motion.
You just modify it.
All right.
Yep.
roll call vote, Jennifer.
Mr. Masters?
No.
Mr. Riddle?
No.
Mr. Irvin?
No.
Ms. Buchanan?
No.
Ms. Dellinger?
No.
Yes, ma'am.
Fleener? Mr. Hammond?
No.
Mr. Meredith?
I'm with you, Chad, yes.
Mr. Day?
No. Okay. Dirty air. Let's see.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Moving on. The next item is the August 2020 federal fund financial statements, which you've seen on BOE Connect, and so I'll make a motion to accept those. The committee recommends acceptance of those financials.
Second.
Roll call vote on that. well. Jennifer?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
The next motion recommended to the board by the committee is one to allow or direct Dr. Flannery to discuss a janitorial contract with Premier Building Maintenance Corp. For services at Boon Creek Elementary School, for services in the event an agreement's worked out with the county to provide for school-age childcare. So this, the committee recommends approval. I'll make that in form of a motion.
Second.
Any discussion? Roll call vote, Jennifer?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin? Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Just a quick question, did y'all just renew this back in June, premieres?
I think it's a year old now. I think we're in the second year.
And it was a 3-year, 2-year contract? 3-year, okay.
And that actually are all the items that we have for action. Anybody have any questions? That concludes my report.
Staff reports. Do we have any? Doesn't look like it. New business.
Textbook purchase.
That's right. Mr. Fleener?
Dr. Flannery? You'd like to talk about this?
Yes, through a series of errors for which I will take personal and complete responsibility, the estimates and quotes for middle grade ELA textbooks were not included in the budget document that the board approved. We ended up buying them anyway. Finance didn't catch the error until after the invoices were in. Total $240,000. I put this into an email that you received earlier in the week. We need the books. We're using the books. We have the money to buy the books. I would respectfully request that you authorize that the books be purchased, even though we're already using them. We're hoping that this will make it a little easier to come audit them.
There's no way to send any of those, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
There's no way to send any of those back,
We
correct?
actually needed them. They're in kids' hands. They're being used. We were able to send some books back to the tune of about $100,000. In the lower grades, we bought more than we needed. So it's, instead of a $240,000 hit, it's going to be about $140,000 hit.
I make a motion, we purchase the books.
Second.
Motion second, any more discussion?
I just got one question. How was that overlooked? I mean, I'm just curious. Oh, yeah, it's fine. I'm just curious.
On the record, it's my fault. I'll tell you what happens.
That's fine.
Are these the language books that
Yes,
we do
ma'am.
every 6 years? Okay.
All right, no more discussion, roll call vote, Jennifer?
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Irvin?
Aye.
Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Hammond?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, can I back up to the
Yeah,
finance committee?
I was gonna go.
Mr. Hill passed these out. We didn't have them in the finance committee, but I think he does have a few comments he wants to make over the notebook.
I'll just give you a 2-minute overview, and basically, this is the budget notebook that the board gets every year, along with the assistant director level positions here at the school. And it's pretty self-explanatory, but the first section where you've got budget documents, you'll have the narrative. You actually have page 2, should have went on page 1, but got that mixed up evidently. It's got the board members' names.
Then you have a copy of the general fund budget after that sheet. So that's for the first section. In the revenue section, I call it the big three revenue sources: property tax, sales tax, and then BEP from the state. Together, that accounts for around 95% of all the revenue we receive to run the school system. So the first two pages are from the county, which gives you property assessment data, and then the pennies allocated to school on the second page, and then the sales tax report that we go through over in Finance Committee, and then the BEP. If you've heard BEP, this year we're allocated $36,511,000 from the state, and the 4 or 5 pages that follow that is your detailed line items and how the state calculates that BEP amount. And it's based off of student enrollment, and that feeds everything as far as how many teachers are allocated, and then there's about 40 or 50 other metrics in there and how that's allocated.
Can I make one comment on that schedule that I think that, you know, the board needs to hear and the community needs to hear. But if you look at the BEP schedule, the allocation, right underneath the $36 million that Mr. Hale alluded to, there's a line that says total required local matching funds. That's $24,576,000. If you look to the right of that, that's the amount of actual local contributions. So the BEP requires $24.5 million. You have $31.3 million of actual local contributions. So essentially, you know, $7 million more than what the BEP formula requires the local to provide. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, the county, we do get $31.32 million from the county in FY20, and 24.576 is what the state requires the county to give us. So we're thankful for that extra funding from the county, because if we want you to think about, you knew when we went through budget, if we didn't have $7 million in our budget, what do you think we would have had to do this year? We had, you know, teachers. So that money's critical.
Would have been without CFO.
You probably would have. You'd have had to contract out and get a contract CFO in here, definitely.
Oh, right.
That would have solved 1% of this problem too. Yeah, so,
That was wrong.
I just kidding, Brad. We love you, buddy.
Friends like Jason, who I'll tell you what. The next section for salaries, it's broke down really by location. Now, the first several pages, you'll see it's top 2020 and 2021 certified teachers. And then you'll see the building locations. You will see the central office also, it'll just say CO. There's two types of employees. You'll see the CO certified staff that probably in the past was teachers, and now they've worked their way into positions here. And there'll be another page after the teacher section that'll say CO non-certified staff, like myself. I've never been a teacher. But you can just go through the certified teacher pages. It's by building or location orders. You can see DBHS, David Crockett, and so forth, as you get through all the locations for the schools. At the end of that, there's about 7 or 8 pages of the certified teachers. Then you go to where it says 2021 non-certified central office staff. There's a page for that. And then it continues for school secretaries, which would include bookkeepers, data clerks, and secretaries, and then regular education instructional assistants, special ed instructional assistants, and those again will be sorted by location as far as building, custodians, maintenance personnel, technicians, grounds. School nurses are also in there, bus drivers at the end. And then the salary schedules in the end. This is salary schedules that at some time in the past was approved by the board. All of these salary schedules are not in use necessarily, but they were salary schedules that were approved by the board to be in use should a position that meets that criteria be used. So that's a rundown of what's in this book. And certainly down the road, if you have any questions, just feel free to reach out. We'll answer for you.
Thank you, Brian. Nice, okay. Now, we are still in new business. Is there any other new business, Dr. Flannery?
No, sure, not that I know.
WCA. Anything there?
Yes, sir. I have a letter in hand. It's actually addressed to you, Mr. Day. May I read it?
Please.
Dear Mr. Day, on behalf of the Washington County Education Association, I respectfully submit this letter and the enclosed signatures from the professional employees of Washington County Schools as the official request to initiate collaborative conferencing under the Professional Educators Collaborative Conferencing Act, and that's in Tennessee Code Annotated. The Washington County Education Association stands ready and prepared to work collectively with you in establishing the Special Question Committee to conduct a subsequent election. Further, we are submitting the following names as people to serve on the Special Question Committee. They are Regina France, Jan Allen, Danielle Mitchell. Respectfully submitted, Regina France, President, WCEA. The Special Question Committee is only populated when this happens. Mr. Day, according to Tennessee Code Annotated, upon the submission of 15% or more professional employees, which she has done, and a written request to conduct collaborative conferences, which she has done, the Board of Education shall appoint an equal number of its professional employees and board members to serve on a special question committee. And their purpose is to conduct a confidential poll, and there's page after page after page of laws. So she has given you 3 names. Mr. Day, it is incumbent upon you to open the floor for nominations for 3 board members to serve on the Special Question Committee.
Okay. Do we have any nominations?
I nominate Chad Fleener.
Chad Fleener. Can we take all 3 of them vote, or do we need?
Vote all 3 at one time.
Well, at one time. Anyone else?
I'm nominating Nick Buchanan.
Yeah. Can I nominate anybody?
Yes, sir.
I want to nominate Mary Beth. So we gotta get a second?
She's either having a heart attack or she's excited, one or the other.
Yeah, you probably.
You make a motion, nomination cease.
Okay. Roll call vote, Jennifer?
Mr. Irvin?
Ah.
Mr. Hammond? Ms. Dellinger?
Yes.
Mr. Fleener?
I'm abstaining. I'm ready.
Mr. Ms. Buchanan?
Yes.
Mr. Masters?
Yes.
Mr. Riddle?
Yes.
Mr. Meredith?
Yes.
Mr. Day?
Yes.
Mr. Day, can I get the names again, please?
Chad Fleener.
No.
Oh, yeah, Dr. Fleener.
Oh, Regina France.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's
And,
okay, man.
You'll need, the committee will need considerable help from the central office because there's a lot of work here and copies and so forth, and we will, of course, provide that help. And I'll alert WCEA of this development forthwith.
All right, we're at round table. How about Miss Buchanan? Can you lead us off?
Sure, I can lead us off. Welcome, Emma. I hope that we will not disrupt your fall break too much. You don't have nightmares about tonight.
Just been 5 hours.
Yeah, just been 5 hours, so I was off just a little bit. I'm glad we got the science money settled. Dr. Yates will be very pleased. He's been questioning me about that lately. I want to thank all the teachers for the work they've been doing. I cannot brag on the teachers that my children have enough. They have just been wonderful, and they've been accommodating, and I just pray for them every night. So that's all I have, sir.
Steve?
I'm glad we're going back to school. I'd like to thank the staff, and I appreciate all the hard work and everything they've done. I do have a question for Mr. Flannery, and I've been meaning to ask him, and it's no big deal, but did you talk to Johnny about the rock and what it would consist of?
Yeah, that's on my mind. I'll get that done soon, yes.
Okay. All right. Well, what I'm asking is if we can rock the area over at the baseball building at Crawford, because it's going to get muddy and it needs to be covered in rock before it gets terrible.
What's the
call him tomorrow if I don't do another thing. I'll
Don't we have our own dump trucks?
Yeah, we do have,
Do we still have a dump
I
truck?
thought we did.
I thought we
I ain't for sure.
I think we've got one pulling our big trailer. Yeah, I think we've got it. Sure.
Could we haul our own gravel to it?
What they actually want asphalt. And then
Well, if we,
Yeah.
the portion of it needs to be gravelled and let settle before we even think about asphalt. So if it was a chance that we could get it rocked, the other section,
But yes, we do haul a whole lot of rock.
Well,
A whole lot of sawdust and mulch and drugs.
Could you coordinate that with Mr. Patrick and get some gravel in there?
I appreciate it. And Mr. Day, you know, when I was chairman, we was getting done with our meetings a little bit earlier than what you're doing, so.
That's because you got mad and quit.
Thank you all.
Mary Beth?
Okay, welcome Emma, and thank you to the businesses that provided funding for grants to help our system. That was impressive. And I'm still wanting to find options to alleviate the workload of our teachers doing both in-person and virtual. Our teachers are going above and beyond what they're expected to do, and we need to help them. And something that I had forgotten to do, I have had a lot of interest in more transparency as far as COVID. And one of the things that I have looked into personally is the, they call it a dashboard. It's what the Johnson City Schools use on their website. It's just, you go on one click, and it's updated 3 days a week. It shows students in quarantine, and it gives the descriptions too. Students in isolation, students pending results, and the same as teachers per school. And I think that's something that our families need to see. They're wanting more transparency, and our employees want transparency. Do I need to put that in form of a motion?
Not at round table.
Can't do it in round table? No, that was his rules. We do now.
Hey, who mans that for them? Who runs all that?
I'm not sure. I was asking
who
Dr.
puts all that data
Flannery
in
about it
there?
earlier.
They do that in-house.
They do it in-house, so we could have somebody do that for us.
Heath, we get that tonight, won't you?
I don't know who, somebody would take, I don't know, but I think it really needs to be done because, you know, they need to know. It's gonna help us be more transparent.
Would you be able to bring something back to the retreat on what it would take to do that?
And we can do it, it just, we can do it, it's not that big a deal. But I say that because I'm not the one that's gonna have to do it.
Well, I know the one that we had been doing that they requested by the state, you have to go to several different, you know, places to click on to try to find it. This is just something that goes right straight from our website, and that's what I think it would be a whole lot easier. I know you still have to report that to the state, but this one needs to be updated. I'd like to see it updated 3 times a week like they do. But anyway, I won't put it in the form of a motion, but I would like for it to happen magically.
We got it collected, so if we're instructed to do a dashboard, we can do it.
Oh, great, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mary Beth. Dave? Dr. Shanley?
Thank you, everybody, for the time they put into the meetings, including board members, and what everyone's doing to try and make this school year successful, even though it's not your normal school year. I know we can't put anything in the form of a motion, but I would like to ask Dr. Flannery just to check the options on the waivers as discussed for the Wednesdays, in case we need to do that. And I would appeal to this board to try and find a way to alleviate the extra burden on the 5th through 8th grade teachers, whether looking at hiring 8 retired teachers or maybe using instructional coaches, because I'm hoping this is a temporary situation through this year. And again, I know we can't put that in form of a motion, but I do appeal to this board to do everything in administration to see what we can do to help the 5th through 8th grade teachers.
True.
I'd like to thank Emma. I thought she did a great job and appreciate all your input. Wonderful job, wonderful job. I appreciate everybody here on the board. I think everybody puts a lot of thought and time and passion into all the decisions you make. It's been a really positive experience, and, you know, you're looking at this big picture, trying to make the best decisions that you can make, and I do appreciate everybody and what you do here. It makes a difference. We appreciate the teachers tremendously. They've huge efforts. We appreciate them. The students, the parents, the faculty, central office people. It's a big deal. I mean, it's a lot. 5-6 hour meetings, it's a big deal. You know, everybody here takes it serious. They're all trying to do their best job, and just know that everybody's appreciated.
Mr. Masters?
Good meeting. Kind of like Whitney, I appreciate everyone's here, what they do, how they do it. One thing I'd like to add to Mr. Hammond's request, not only 5 through 8, but I'd like to see what we do 9 through 12. Alleviate some of them teachers. They're kind of in the same boat as the 5 through 8s. But I know this is a living document. We're trying to work on each and every time we meet, and I just hope people's patient with us. I think we try to do the best we can with how we can, you know. Emma, glad you're here. Good thing you might go to school tomorrow then. But Ms. Hayes and Dr. Keys, y'all do phenomenal. I know it's been rough, especially in that group, but not only them, everyone involved. And look forward to the retreat. Hope everyone has a good, safe fall break, and I'm glad to see come Monday, the 12th, we get everybody back in school.
Meredith?
Talked to our SROs before the meeting start. Sounds like they're glad to have the kids back in school, and sounds like a lot of the kids are glad to be back in there, so we appreciate everything you guys and the rest of your crews are doing. Central office staff, want to thank all of you all as we're working through this pandemic, and I know this board asked you all some tough questions sometimes, and they may seem a little off base, but you know, I think everybody's just trying to understand and make the best decisions that we need to make, and we appreciate your patience and understanding in getting there. I want to wish Ms. Wagner all the best as we come back to full steam ahead, and hopefully numbers will stay low, and everybody don't forget to get your flu shots. Emma, thank you for being here. Hope you got all your homework done, and everybody have a great fall break. I guess after next week.
Emma, you ready?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. I just want to say thank you to everybody for having me and listening to me, even though sometimes I might not make much sense and ramble on. But I also wanted to personally say thank you for the effort you're putting forth to get us back in school. I can't tell you how much it means to know that I get to see my friends when I see you here when we go back. So that means a lot, and thank you. And this is all really interesting, and I think I'm very blessed to have the opportunity to see how everything works, from the budgets and the grants that we get and everything. This is just super cool, so thank you.
I'll be brief, Mr. Chairman.
It is 10:30. Just saying.
Remember, no motion.
Yeah,
No motion. Well, Emma, thank you for coming. I appreciate it and hope to get to know you better. And thank you to our student board members. I think that's a great thing we're doing. And I personally appreciate you putting the comments in on going back to school. I mean, we don't know what it's like, you know, sitting in this chair, but you tell us exactly how you feel. Some of us got kids, some of us don't in the system, but still they may not even be honest with us. Like, you can be raw and tell us exactly, you know, so I appreciate that. But thank you, Dr. Keys and Ms. Hayes and Ms. Wagner. Just thank you all so much for getting everything together. Technology department has just knocked a home run. Just thank you so much for everybody here at Central Office. Our teachers, I can't say enough, but I feel for them. I really do. I mean, the emails and the phone calls that I got today, and I know it's not all the struggles. I've talked to some high school people in the last week or so too, and man, we've been praying a lot for those people, and just wish I had the right answers to take this off of them. I mean, they're really feeling the pressure, and the principals too. I mean, and I know none of us have the right answers, all of them, and we're doing the best we can, and I just appreciate everybody's opinion, and even though sometimes it doesn't go the way we want, you know, it's okay. We're all very passionate about what we're doing here, and we just want to do it right. So thanks.
Well said. Good meeting. I appreciate all you guys, and I like what we're doing, and I apologize that I know every time we leave here, it does bother us all that we've upset somebody somewhere, whether it's in-house or out, but I know in our heart we all care and want to do the very best, and I know we kid and go back and forth, but I really enjoy it, and I hope that I hope everybody knows our heart and our passion, and thank Emma for being here, and I know that's exciting. When I first got on here and we started, you know, having the student board members, I thought that was just a really neat thing and something for them to really be proud of, to be able to achieve that position. But I thank Dr. Flannery and all the staff, and mirror what all you guys said. I know we asked hard questions and put you on the spot a lot, but I appreciate y'all being here and standing up and working with us. And that's all I got.
I got one more thing. If you
Sure,
don't mind.
yeah, sure.
Boon Creek Elementary, the new
I'm
new
in
school.
there.
I noticed that, you know, in the officer SRO, and we appreciate all the SROs too, but when they're down there directing traffic, it's like it's green flag, you know, they lose the pace car when they come into the parking lot. And man, I tell you, I took my daughter to volleyball practice Wednesday, and like got run over up there at the bus lane. Not by the bus. So I don't know if that's something we need to put some, and I hate speed bumps in a parking lot, but we may have to do it. I mean, have you heard anything about that?
Yeah, I mean, that's what you had to do at the high school, slow the kids down, am I lying?
Mm-hmm.
Would you please look into that, sir?
Yeah, buddy. I had to get somebody run over.
Jason, what is the dates of the retreat?
October 16th and 17th.
Evening of the 16th with the meal, morning of the 17th with the meal, 7 hours altogether.
The 16th and 17th, okay.
Friday, Saturday.
Mr. Bennett, you got anything, sir?
Well, I'll put that in tomorrow's update.
Throughout the years.
All right, thank you for being here.
And I will be in town for the retreat, so.
Great. Yeah. Thank you.
A pleasure.
Do we need any other dates or anything we need to go over? We're good till the retreat, or Jennifer?
I'll send something out if I'm
Tired?